Hi. I think ads are over. Hello. I have things. I usually Hi. Today is really nervous. I'm sorry. Um Usually I have OBS on my second, it's not a second monitor, it's a drawing tablet. But um I think my tablet arm is broken because I keep like trying to prop it. I keep trying to move it and it just keeps sliding, and the arm snapped off my desk the other day, so I had to like tack it back on best I could. I have another one. I bought another one and it came, but I haven't put it on yet because my tablet's really heavy. Or it's not really heavy, but it's pretty heavy, or at least I can't handle it. Hold on, I'll say hi to everybody in a second. Ooh, it keeps sliding. I can't make it stay. I can't look at it. It keeps sliding away from me. You bitch. You bitch. Oh! Bitch. Okay, no. It's fine. It's not fine. Okay, monitoring the tablet is gonna be a little bit harder today, but that's okay. Here, let me get off of my out of my corner, out of my little dusty corner. Let me get to the chat really quick. First, Prophet Potato, congratulations on being first. Hello Ion Man. Hello Kai. Hello Fish. Hello Naki. Hello Fallen King. Hello Mori. Hello Z. Hello June. Hello Zero Moon. Welcome in. Welcome. Hello Xdrang. Hello Barry. Barry. Hi Barry. Hello Weebo. Have I missed anybody? Hello. Welcome in. Welcome. Today, Acrixia, hello, welcome in. Today is definitely very nervous, but it's okay because it's fine. It's fine. I Hi Kai. I think the only thing, I don't know if I really have anything to talk about today. I've got my usual rambles, but I don't have anything like super particular. I saw Thunderbolts last night. Hello, Angry Seal. Hello, welcome in. I saw Thunderbolts last night with my brother and my mom and my partner, and I really enjoyed it. I think this was the first time that I enjoyed a Marvel movie in a long time. I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed it for what it was. Usually, like, with Marvel movies, I kind of just like take them at face value, and I try not to like, you know, because it's just they're not great since at least Endgame. But I watched the Thunderbolts and it was pretty good. I enjoyed it, but it did spark a very intense debate between me and my brother. We were arguing whether or not Sebastian Stan is more attractive than David Harbour. Sebastian Stan is Bucky Marvel, and David Harbour is Jim Hopper cop Stranger Things. Bucky Marvel, my beloved. Yeah, I even asked Kai because I don't think anybody, I don't think you needed to Google that? Oh, that's right. I forgot. Dude, I just like, my brother and I, it was getting so heated, or well, playfully heated, you know. And I haven't found a single person that agrees with me. I haven't found a single person that agrees with me that David Harbour is more attractive. I just think he's easy on the eyes. I think he looked goofy in Thunderbolts, right? I think he looked goofy in Thunderbolts, but he's supposed to look goofy. You know, he's supposed to look like a strong, goofy man, you know? But I think in general, I think David Harbour is more... You're typing out David! Yes! Oh, Barry is so real. Barry is so real. Oh my gosh, I wish I could double VIP Barry. I Okay, all right, me and Barry against the world on this one. I I was gonna understand. Sorry, nervous. I was gonna say I understand the love for both, but personal taste goes to large cuddly man. I think, yeah, that's how I feel. That's how I feel personally. I also You're so wrong. Stabs you. Haha. Twirls my hair cutely. Ooh. I just don't like the haircut that they gave Sebastian. This is my biggest gripe. And the reason why it came up was because in the movie, like a handful of times, they mentioned how cute Bucky is. And I was like, he's not that cute. So then I asked my brother on the way home and we were like fucking fighting over it. And it was really funny. I'm really mad about the haircut that they gave him in the Thunderbolts. Here, I'll bring up a picture. Hold on. Sebastian Stan Thunderbolts. Like, I think he's a very pretty man, but I do not like the haircut that they gave him. I think it's like, I know what they're trying to, they're trying to capture a previous essence, but they just added way too much hair product, and I think his ends are split. Like, I was staring at it the whole time because it makes his head look really big. See, like, I think it looks, I think he's a very pretty man. I think he's a beautiful man, but that haircut is just a no-go. Like, I understand, you know, a lot of people like Sebastian Stan and have for a while. They like that he's a soggy emo man, you think? I think he's too, like, that haircut just isn't... 2 out of 10 split ends would not bang. I was talking to a friend. I don't know if I should out this friend, but I was talking to a friend about his split ends and that they bother me. And he was like, this man could split my ends. And I was like, oh. Yeah, okay, you get me now? Yeah. I think I prefer David Harbour because no matter what hairstyle, haircut, facial hair he has, I think that he makes it work no matter what. And I think Sebastian Stan is a very beautiful man, but this does not work for him. So I just, like, objectively, I like the big cuddly man. Anyway. That is it's not a phase mom haircut. Yeah. I think they could have. So he needs the hair. He needs his hair to the shoulders. I agree. Normally I really like longer hair on men, but I think it's just, there's too much hair product. Try conditioner and come back. That's what I'm saying. Or like slick it back for like a gelled up emo look. I don't know. But me and my brother, we're in a very, very intense debate. Must be an incredibly based friend. I do think my friend is incredibly based. Do you care if I guess it's kind of outing already, but it's fine. They did him dirty. They did him dirty with the hair, and it's just tisk 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 tisk. And it's just like oh, how is the music, by the way? Haven't started. I'm gonna do my thing. For if you help me with volume, you get VIP. I'm gonna start doing that again. I'm probably next stream. I'm gonna start doing it because I've been too busy to like sort things, and I can't do it live. I'm thinking that it's gonna stand for VIP. Will stand for volume. Volume interpreting pal. And you'll get a role in my Discord for like a week. What do VIPs do? You get a funny badge and a role for a week. Volume improvement personnel. I like that. I like that one. Maybe I'll steal that one for you, Maury. I'll give you credit for it. But that's I have VIP on a couple friends that probably will not get it taken off unless the VIP fills up, and I don't think it will because I have 50 slots. Say less soggy rabbit. This is a genius plan. Thank you. It was either that or a VIP battle royale because I have so many VIP slots and I want to give them out, especially to people that are active in chat and hang out with me and help me with things. So that's probably how it's gonna work. Either next stream or the stream after. I'm not sure. Depends. Cool Paleontology. Hello, welcome in. Welcome. But yeah, no, I'm still figuring it out. Separate. Hello. Hi. But yeah, that was the highlight of my night. I think David Harbour is very pretty. I think I also just really like hairy guys. That feels weird to admit on the internet, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We are shaking hands. Oh, amen. Oh my god. Taste peak. Oh my goodness. You should be asleep, but you have stuff to do still. So you wanted to check on me? Oh, dude, have a good rest. I appreciate you popping in. It's always lovely seeing you. I hope you do your things. I hope everything is good. I hope you take care. I hope it. Yeah. Worse things have been said on the internet. This is true, but I don't know. I feel like the way. Oh my gosh. Does anybody remember when does anybody remember my toothpaste arc? People latch onto things so easily, and I don't really want this was so early on. This was so early on. Gosh, this must have been within the first 1 or 2 months of streaming. Z, yeah, you were there for it. You remember the toothpaste? Oh yeah. You don't remember? What's the toothpaste arc? Well, I was telling funny stories on stream because I have a lot of stories to tell. And when I was a kid, I told a story about how I really liked the taste of Little Bear toothpaste Orajel. No, Little Bear Orajel toothpaste. I really like the taste of it. So when I was a kid, I fucking sucked down on it like a Go-Gurt tube. Long story short, and people in my chat latched onto that to the point where I had to be like, okay guys, I don't actually eat toothpaste. I was 3. Also, hello Hempy. Hi. Hi Bochi. Hi. I saw the numbers and I wanted to read it differently, but it's Bochi. I know it's Bochi. When you were 5, you ate like 5 sticks of butter. Do you think that's healthier or worse than toothpaste? Hi, Bochi. Hello. That sounds healthy and totally cool. Yeah, well, listen, it was like fruit flavored. Here, I'll get a picture on the screen for you guys. Don't latch onto this. I swear to God, don't latch onto this. Hello, Noah. Welcome in. Little Bear Orajel training toothpaste. Listen, this shit was like cocaine to like 2-year-old Pico. I must have been, how old was I? Between 2 and 3, something like that. All right, listen, save image as. They make the kids' toothpaste actually tasty though. It's fucked up. It is so fucked up, dude. And it's just like Little Bear is actively enticing me to eat the toothpaste. He makes it look so good. Did anybody watch Little Bear growing up? I think that might have been more of a niche show. Here it is. Ooh, you want to eat it so bad. Ooh, yummy Orajel training toothpaste. Ooh, wait, hold on. Ooh, Ooh, Little Bear training toothpaste. You want to eat it so bad. Oops. You've seen that ad as a kid? Yeah, and then Little Bear, like, fuck, you got hungry. You would eat it, not gonna let him be. You're so fucking real. You're so fucking real. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, but like the advertisement and well, I'm the toothpaste. Yeah. The real training was resisting the urge to eat it. Oh, dude, when I moved on to toothpaste, that was like big girl toothpaste. When I moved on to big girl toothpaste that you can't swallow, I got Barbie toothpaste and it tasted like bubble gum. And I didn't swallow it, obviously. I was like in the 1st grade. I was like in kindergarten. I didn't swallow it. But damn, it tasted good. And I remember I went to show and tell. I went to show and tell on a Friday in the library and I brought my toothpaste. And I was so proud of myself and I was like, guys, I'm using adult toothpaste. I'm using adult toothpaste that you can't swallow. I'm using adult toothpaste. And I was so proud of myself. Like, I remember like there was this kid named Jeremy who like, he immediately stood up and he was like, Pico, I use adult toothpaste too. Mine has a motorcycle on it. And I was like, no fucking way. Anyway. You watched the Bernstein's Bears? I watched them too. I feel like there was a lot of shows that like you brought a jar of pickles to show and tell. I feel like I would do that too. I don't know. I was also shy bringing things to show and tell. I don't know what possessed me to bring a bottle of a Barbie bubblegum toothpaste. And when you were 6, you ate grass and you just sat on your grandma's lawn and ate grass. You know, I'm willing to bet you have a very interesting palate. Because I too enjoy the taste of grass. I mean, like, I mean, not like crabgrass or anything like that, but like wheatgrass, you know? I'm willing to bet you have a very interesting palate. I wouldn't really judge you for that. I don't know. Is that weird? I don't know if I'd judge you for that. Hello, Boarfish. Welcome in. Welcome. Ark, did I say hi to you? Welcome in. You brought your DS to show and tell in the 3rd grade and you yapped about Pokemon you caught. Oh, if I had a DS, I definitely would have done the same thing. I think I would have. The taste of grass is all right. The tongue cuts is what usually turns you off. Yeah, I think if I were to like chew on straight grass, I think I wouldn't like it as much. But like when you put like wheatgrass into like smoothies and stuff, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. I don't like the serrated edges on the grass either. The human digestive system can successfully digest grass. It's just so nutritionally deficient. It's like celery, but worse. Net loss in energy. Really bad for your teeth too. Wears them down. I think it depends on the kind of grass. I know that there's certain types of grass that are specifically yummy. Or that you're supposed to eat. That is a fun fact. Thank you. I'm not gonna lie. I need to fact check that because I have a feeling there's a nuance to it. Hold on. Because there's a reason why cows have like 4 stomachs. You mean the cow's digestive system doesn't even feed off of the grass itself? They feed on the bacteria that grow in the semi-digested grasses. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I wasn't sure. If only there were a botanist here. Yeah, well, the botanist isn't very good about grasses. I had a professor that was absolutely obsessed with grasses, and I just didn't get it. I just didn't get it. They all look the same to me. They make my eyes itchy. I don't like touching them. You think dandelions are edible? Like dandelion tea is pretty yummy, supposedly. Oh, I am so allergic to dandelions. I'm so allergic to dandelions. And I found out in a lab where we were dissecting them to identify parts. And I was, Aratra Prime. Thank you for the follow. I hope you enjoy your time in. Hello. But I was in a lab and I was dissecting a dandelion for identification purposes. Just practice. And I wasn't wearing gloves, and I'm touching the dandelion, and I start breaking out in hives on the tips of my fingers, and the proteins from the dandelions made me turn red. And my lab partner, she was just looking at me and she was like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "I think so." So I had to scamper off to the bathroom to wash off. Luckily, it wasn't that severe of a reaction, but I was like, it's fine. We did finish the dissection. I just had to get some gloves. I'm allergic. Thank you for the hydrate, by the way. One sec. I got my bottle right here. Oh. You're just lurking while you draw? Oh, okay. Have a good art. Have a great art. The natural predator of the rabbit, dandelions. I'm allergic to a lot of plant proteins, which is extremely ironic. But I just handle them with gloves and it tends to be okay. I'm allergic to quite a bit of oak. To a lot of oak. Also, Thief, welcome in. Hi. Yeah, no, I love my major. I love working with plants. I love being a botanist. Yeah, but I'm pretty allergic to a lot of things. It's very unfortunate. When we had guinea pigs growing up, if I tried to reach in and grab the hay, I would get welts on my hands, and then my brother would turn red and puffy entirely. So it's just like every allergy that I have, he kind of has tenfold, which is a little bit ridiculous. I feel really bad. You're not allergic to anything, even though everyone else in your family has to suffer 6 months of the year. Wow, that's impressive. I'm jealous. I'm thinking about getting an allergy shot soon because it is a nightmare. Yeah, Aratra, you're right. It is a fucking nightmare. Looking out your window, you see dandelions growing in the backyard, but I still love dandelions. When I used to live in my apartment while I was at uni, I used to wait for rainy days and I'd go to the park across the street because there'd be nobody there because it's raining. What lunatic goes out in the rain? And I'd put my beloved cat in my cat carrier. She didn't mind the rain and she liked going out. And we would go pick dandelions and we would twirl until the seeds blew off of the dandelion. And it was a lot of fun. I miss it. I miss it a lot. I miss rainy days. It's so fucking hot nowadays. You are that lunatic? You and me both. Wouldn't that be so awkward if we went to the park while it was raining at the same time and our hands reached out for the same dandelion and then I went, "Oh, Cole Paleontology, is that you?" And then we twirled in the rain with dandelions. Wouldn't that be awkward? Brain Grenade. Welcome in. Hi. Thank you for the follow. I hope you enjoy your time in. You've always wanted to know how allergies feel. You just think that you're not allergic to anything nowadays. I think depends how severely you get hit. I can describe it in a sec. Light rain still hits just right. Yes, it does. Light rain. I used to go out and play Pokemon Go when it was raining, and I'd put a Ziploc baggie over my phone so I could play. Volpillar, hello, welcome in, welcome. Tama, hi, hello. Good to see you. Also, hello, Cloud Knight. Welcome in. Hi. Oh my gosh. So many people popping in. It's been raining nonstop where you are. You wish you could send it to somebody else? Also, hi, Pico. Hello. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna butcher your name every time I see it. Kunoichi? I hope that's okay. I love the rain. I really want to move further north because I want it to rain more. I wish for rain. I wish for rain too. Allergies feel like getting sick or poisoned because that's the protocol your body is trying to implement. Yeah, I think it's depending on how bad your allergies are. It's either like a light cold, it's just like sniffles, or your entire existence is pain. I had allergies so bad a couple weeks ago, I think I had a fever. I couldn't tell if I was actually sick or not. Can you get a fever from allergies? I wasn't sure if it was like a one-day cold, but oh my gosh, it was so bad. It was awful. A very different experience from someone who puffs up on contact with something. Oh, sorry, I missed your first message. Also depends on the allergy. You don't get an anaphylactic response. It just irritates your lungs and nasal passage, so you have a rescue inhaler for it. Very different experience. I see. Well, I think in general, I was more thinking about like the feverish response. I feel like that's more of a pollen allergy type thing, or it's more common for a pollen allergy type thing. That's what I was referring to when I was yeah. You got a cat hair stuck in your nose once. You think that's what it's like to be allergic to cats? Coughing, sore throat, and watery eyes. Yeah, I think generally those are very basic allergy symptoms. You're getting rain? I want rain. I really want to move north because I want rain every day. I want rain as much as humanly possible. I don't care about gloomy, cloudy days. I want rain. I don't like the sun. It's too hot. The sun! Oh my gosh, when it gets too hot, like I'm talking like, you know, you guys know how hot it gets in California sometimes. It hits like 100s or so. Anywhere between 100 and like 108, 109. Oh, time to donk. Welcome in. Hi. The sun gives you headaches? Yes! Oh my gosh. Yes, me too. I need my rescue inhaler whenever it's too hot. It's fucking ridiculous. I should move to Scotland. But also, she's just a Q for real. Fuck yes. Gosh, Scotland would be a dream. I don't know. A trade with you? Rain is absolutely pouring where you're at. I just can't handle the heat. I can't handle the heat, and I hate the feeling of sweat. I hate how sticky it is. It's awful. It's all fun and games until flood water is in the carpet. Oh, yeah. I imagine that's pretty bad. How do you even deal with that? I think I've always had like...
Hello, Evelinian. How are you? Fine, thank you.
Flair! Welcome in! Hello! Thank you for subscribing for 11 months. I appreciate it. I hope you continue to enjoy your time in. I really appreciate it. Thank you. 11 months. Wow. You've gotten heat stroke probably more times than you should. You get hot so easily and takes a while to cool down. When I was interning at my university, I interned at a greenhouse and it was super awesome, but oh my gosh, did I learn how to respond to my body or how to listen to my body, because a lot of times I would just push through if I was uncomfortable. But I learned in the summer in greenhouses, my God, I think I've had heat stroke once. I think. I'm not totally sure, but oh, separate. Good night. Good night. Have a good rest. I hope you take care. Good night. But oh my gosh. I hate the heat. Nope. That's like being in a magnifying glass box. Oh my gosh. Okay, so hold on. I'll read what Bochi said really quick. I'll read what you guys said really quick. Your solution to the heat is to not eat and drink almost completely. After 2 to 3 days, you feel all breezy in 30+ heat. But yeah, don't try this at home. No, I'd probably die. You've had to drive all the way down from California to Las Vegas during the summers. Is it cooler in Las Vegas? Oh, ad time. Oh, sorry. I have a YouTube stream. I can link it. I'll wait for ads to finish because we're yapping. Ads don't play in your country? Oh, you fucking lucky dog. I found an ad blocker that that blocks Twitch ads for me, and it's been working pretty good. The only issue, I don't know if I trust the ad. I don't know if I trust it. It's do you guys know that ad blocker? It shows up on YouTube. I think it's called Pi or something like that. I was so excited because it blocks ads, but it's run by the same people that make Honey, but I haven't had an ad blocker block Twitch ads before. So I don't know. I'm thinking about stopping using it, but I hate Twitch ads. I hate Twitch ads. Oh, hello Zeno. Welcome in. Welcome. Hi. Yeah, Bochi, I would die. I would cripple into a million pieces and explode and die. Because I'm so fucking weak. I'm so fucking weak to the heat. It's kind of ridiculous. Oh, Las Vegas is in the middle of the desert, so you'd say no? I mean, that makes sense, but I mean, I just I thought of it was blah, blah, blah. My brain's not working. I thought of it more as a way to like escape heat. Unless you really like heat, in which case I guess you could. Don't cook the bunny. Dude, I'm gonna fucking melt. You don't get Twitch ads? You don't know why you have no ad block? Oh, dude. Grab onto that and hold on tight. Please. Oh my God, Twitch ads are so annoying. If I could have affiliate and like have emotes and fun things without ads, I would. I really would, but I think Twitch is even running ads on non-affiliate channels nowadays. You had to go to Las Vegas for nationals? Oh, I see. Okay, I thought that was more. Okay, I got you. How was it? I hope it was okay. Number one hot weather enjoyer, Kai. I don't know how you do it. I just like, I think it's because I have such weak little rabbit lungs. I cannot, it's so hard to breathe. It's so hard to breathe in like 105-degree heat. I just cannot function. I'm actually pretty nervous for when summer starts ramping up more in my area. Like it's getting hot, but it hasn't hit the hundreds yet. Also, Pika, hi, welcome in. But I'm pretty nervous because it gets really hot in my room because I have my computer and my partner has his computer, and it gets really hot in this little teeny tiny dinky room. So I'm probably gonna need to get a lot of fans. We're just built different, simple as you're built for heat. The slightest drop in temperature and you're dying. Oh gosh. Isn't that weird? I mean, it's not weird, but isn't it? It's interesting how we all have our own comfortable temperature, you know? We all have our own temperature strengths. I used to get cold super, super easily growing up because I was a little underweight, but I'm a little bit more cold resilient now. I still get cold pretty easily, but my God, I love my sweaters. I love my jackets. I love my sweatpants. I love how cozy I can be. I have hot hands. I have so many things. I have hats. I have earmuffs. I have warm things galore. And it's easier for me to deal with being cold than being hot, because I don't think being cold I've never been so cold that I couldn't breathe, but I have been in heat. 120 used to be the tempo. Oh, we're by you. Working outside was surely something. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I was gonna mention this. Weight has a lot to do with it. Apparently, you have a friend who's like 400 pounds. He wears shorts in the winter. And I think some people are just genuinely built so different. My legs don't get super cold because I have pretty thick thighs. So my legs tend to not get as cold, but my arms get pretty cold sometimes. But that's perfect. That's perfect. I love my sweaters. They keep me warm. But what I wanted to mention earlier is that when I was working at a greenhouse, I was doing my internship at the greenhouse, and like a fellow chatter, like a member of chat mentioned earlier, working in those things is basically a fucking magnifying glass for heat. It's so fucking ridiculous. There was a girl that worked there before me, and it was part of like our safety training, like our warning, like, hey, listen to your body. If it's too hot in the greenhouse, don't do it. And she was working with the euphorbias. And if you don't know, euphorbias typically produce milky sap. They produce toxic milky sap that is it's irritating to the touch. It's bad for your eyes. It's bad for your throat. It's bad in general. And it typically, I think most euphorbias, if not all of them, have this characteristic. So I was always very, very wary working with them with like several gloves. I didn't like trimming them. I didn't like pruning them. I didn't like caring for them just because it was so scary for me. And I'm already allergic to so many different types of plants. Does it have a common name? It's a family, I believe. Let me give you an example of one. Spurges. If you are familiar with spurges, how toxic is euphorbia? Generally considered toxic. Milky sap or latex. Yeah. If you're familiar with spurges, they're spurges. Yeah, like that. Sorry, I forget the common names. I'm at a weird point in my botanical career where I forget some common names and I forget some scientific names. So it's just like, you'll have to forgive me if that happens. Oh, that one. In your language, it even has milk in the name. Yeah. It was most commonly referred to like milky latex sap. You get those weeds at home all the time. Be very careful handling them. But anyway, in the greenhouse, there was a girl that was caring for them, and she was cutting them. And she was caring for the spurges. She was caring for the euphorbias in the desert exhibit, or the desert area. And the heat boiled the sap, and it got into the air and into her eyes, and she went blind temporarily for a couple days. So be very, 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 very careful with heat, greenhouses, just in general. I'm very, very wary of heat. I'm very, very, I know, I couldn't believe it. Luckily she's fine. She was fine after, like everything was okay. Did the sap look tasty though? No, I don't think so. It's too sticky, I think, to be appetizing in my honest opinion. That's just horrible. Yes. Oh my gosh. Yes, it was. Nah, just be better. If you can tank it, Weibo, I believe in you, but not me. I'm a little fucking baby. Well, not only a little fucking baby, but I'm not very heat resistant. Does that mean you can reset your eyesight with it? Oh my gosh, don't try. No, don't try this at home. Also, welcome in, Major Overlord. Sorry, I saw your message, but I didn't read it. Dry heats like foundries is easy. Greenhouses being damp suck. I actually prefer damp greenhouses. Even though it makes the air so heavy. I've never, actually, no, they're both pretty bad. Ooh, I don't know. They're both really bad. I don't know which one I prefer. I think I lied. Oh. Maybe I prefer damp. I don't like the sweat. I hate how heavy it makes the air feel. But it doesn't fuck with my skin as much. if you've been here a while, you know that I get really bad blisters on my fingers. Usually as an anxiety response. So you can imagine heat or dry heat isn't very good for that. And it's just like the other day I had a really bad anxiety response and it made blisters on my fingers so bad that I couldn't even type properly for a couple days. It might have been why I didn't stream yesterday. I don't know. But that can happen. Yes. Oh my god. It's the stupidest anxiety response to ever fucking exist. My thumbs. I have so much. I've ranted about this. And I won't get into it because I've been gross about it before. I have muscles on my palms because I cannot use my thumbs sometimes, and I have to use my palms in place of my thumbs just because of how badly it fucking hurts. So you can imagine that I struggle more with blind. Sorry, I'm skimming over chat a little bit with dry weather. It just my fucking fingers, man. I miss playing my guitar. I haven't played my guitar in months, fellas. It's so bad. I miss my guitar. It's so sad. I think about powering through, but it just hurts way too much. I'm actually, do I have ointment for my hands? I do. I have a special cream, but it's not strong enough. So I'm actually, because my reaction was so bad a couple days ago, maybe a week ago, I can't remember. Because my reaction was so bad, I actually have a doctor's appointment Wednesday? Tomorrow? So, yes. And thank you for the follow. Teenage pregnancy. I sure hope that you're not living by your username. Hey, Bob here. I'll call you Bob. Welcome in, Bob. Howdy. You found an easy solution. Get chemical burns and kill all basic nerves. No pain, no problem. Seriously, don't actually do that. Oh my gosh. Ooh. Amar, the honor guard, welcome in. I hope you enjoy your time in. Richard Watterson, that's me. Yeah, that's me. You can speak from experience. I work in labs a lot. I'm a botanist, but I'm the science side of botany. I'm the science agricultural side of botany. So I work with a lot of chemicals and I try to be so careful because I can't even imagine, like, even if you kill the basic nerves, I can't imagine how much pain you must have been in for a while, Major Overlord. I'm really sorry. Is that Gumball's house I'm in? Yes, it is. It's my placeholder until I draw my own background. I'm working on it. I'm actually really excited to show you guys. You burnt the nerve endings in your fingertips by operating a spotlight with no gloves, so it is a viable strategy. Ark! Are you okay? Well, I mean, now you're okay, but I'm sorry. Do I know the chemist way of measuring temperature, you wonder? What do you mean, like weather temperature or just like, because there's a lot of different ways to measure temperature of different variables, you know? Also, hello, Master Chief. Welcome in. Welcome. We're supposed to play a game today, but I'm kind of just enjoying yapping. How long have we been going? Usually I yap for an hour and then it's been 45 minutes. I'll see how I feel in 15 minutes because I've really enjoyed yapping. I feel like you guys have so many interesting things to say and I don't always get to all of them. So it's like the longer I yap, the more likely I am to get to something. It was in high school when it happened. It wasn't that bad when it happened. That's good, but still, I don't know. True, buds are a great company. I like talking to you guys. I like talking to you guys a lot. You guys always have so many interesting things to say. And it's like, you gots to eat, Lady Yapper. You await the gaming? Probably 15 minutes. Probably 15-ish minutes. If you can hold your hand on it, it's not boiling. If you can't, it is. Your chemistry teacher... Wait, hold on. Let me read that again. If you can hold your hand on it, it's not boiling. If you can't, it is boiling. Your chemistry teacher's response to you asking how to tell if there's a secret boiling if you don't have a nucleation center that would give the Erlenmeyer glass, that would, a nucleation center that would, he would regularly use this method. That reminds me, oh my gosh, when I was in chemistry, okay, do you guys want a teeny tiny little science lesson? I'm sure that, because a lot of you guys seem to be in science related fields, I'm sure that most of you guys already know this, but it's fine. Hold on. Let me make sure that I have everything because I don't want to say anything incorrectly. Hold on. Hold on. I want to make sure. What is the name? I'm trying to remember. The name of this. You know what? Actually, let's spitball. You guys actually might know the name of it. If somebody knows the name of it, please tell me. So what is it? What is the freezing cold? Liquid nitrogen. Never mind. Liquid nitrogen. So I remember at some point I was able to stick my hand in liquid nitrogen for a very short period of time due to the heat that radiates off of your hand, and it provides sort of a temporary barrier. Hold on. Nitrogen, sticking your hand in. And my chemistry teacher was, let's see, hold on. Hold on. Yeah, so the temperature of your hand is so warm that I guess it creates a thin layer of nitrogen gas that protects your hand for a short amount of time. So you can stick your hand in liquid nitrogen safely. And I did it one time. And my dad was really, really concerned, but it was the coolest thing in the world. People do that with liquid metal. Hold on. What is the name of it? What is the name of the thing? The Leidenfrost effect? Maybe that's what it is. Hold on. Leidenfrost effect. See, you guys are so smart. I don't even have to. You guys know exactly what I'm talking about even before I know what I'm talking about. That kind of works in reverse as well. If you wave your hand through molten metal and the oil and sweat protects your hand only for a very short amount of time. I think it's so cool. You were told to never touch that. Otherwise, you'd be an amputee. You can touch it for a very, very, very short amount of time, an extremely short amount of time, not a whole lot of time. And I did it with supervision of my chemistry professor. This was right before COVID. And he was like, my chemistry professor, probably one of the smartest men I know. Actually, I kind of want to reach out and know how he's doing. He was very strict, but he was awesome. I loved him to death. He was an amazing chemistry professor. And it was right before COVID hit. And I think he knew that lockdown wasn't just going to be 2 weeks. He knew. So he wanted to kind of go out with a bang. So he brought some fun things for us to do in lab. And it was a lot of fun. He brought some fruit for us to freeze and throw against the floor. Just for shits and giggles. He was fucking awesome. I miss him so much. I should email him. I don't think he remembers me. But what are the odds that he would, right? I remember like some chatters from forever ago, so maybe he would remember me. You remember once you were doing chemistry stuff and your teacher was very clear on saying, be careful mixing these two because if it gets in your skin, it will burn. And guess who got those chemicals on your skin? I had a lab partner that squirted a pipette at me with unknown liquid in it. And I screamed and I was like, what the fuck? And she was laughing. She thought it was so funny. And I was like, huh? I swear. I'm lucky that I didn't get burned by anything stupid. That's like throwing a lighting match into a bucket of gasoline it usually works, but if you fuck up the timing, oh my gosh, I don't think that's something I would gamble with. But then again, I did gamble with sticking my hand in liquid nitrogen. So when you hear of chemistry, you remember a story your mom told you about having a chemistry professor that regularly went hunting with friends, and the time that she found a whole ass deer in 40 below freezing weather. Blah. She found a whole ass deer in the 40 below freezer in class because the teacher didn't have enough time to drop it off before class. Oh gosh. Hey, I mean, if it kept it from going bad. Your chemistry teacher dropped a brick of sodium into a tank of water. There was a huge explosion. I love chemistry professors, man. Is that bad? Like, there's a part of me that wants to become a professor specifically for doing fun labs and things like that. Is that bad? The job market is so rough, I probably wouldn't have much luck, but I think it would be really fun. Just stopping in to say hi, gonna go nap again. Have a good nap. Have a good nap, legit not serpent. Have a good nap. Have a good nap. Why would it be bad? I guess not bad. I guess bad is the wrong word. Professor Pico, you would sign up for that class. Professor goes really good with my actual first name too. I think it would be a really, really cute. I don't want to tell you guys what my first name is, but the title Professor would go very cutely with my first name, which is Pico. That's my first name. That's my real legal first name, obviously. Teaching people in a fun way is needed. No, I guess you're right. But stop saying. I know. But like, I don't know. It feels. Maybe it's not as silly as I thought. I think for the driving. Like, to be the driving force of what it is you want to do, I guess I was worried it was silly. I guess maybe it's not as silly as I thought. I think I would be a good professor. I stumble on my words a lot, but I'm really good at explaining things to people that are nervous. So I think that would make me a good teacher, or at least a good teaching assistant. Because I stumble on my words a lot, and I'm very, very nervous. But I've had people come to me personally when they don't understand something just because they felt like they could. And if I didn't understand it, then we were able to understand it together. And that always feels really, really, really good. I don't know, especially when people were too afraid to approach the professor. And mind you, I was a BC student in university, so I wasn't a great student. I did my best. I did the best I possibly could. But gosh, it's so demoralizing when your best isn't enough sometimes. But that's the kind of student I was. So I didn't understand everything perfectly, but I tried my damn hardest. And it meant a lot that my classmates felt like they could come to me if they needed help understanding something. You know, it feels good to help them get that click moment, you know? I don't know. Had you reeling for a second there? You don't know what you do? Pico wasn't actually my real I don't know if you guys will ever know my first name. Maybe someday. I'm not sure how much of myself I want out on the internet, but it's Pico. Don't worry about it. Remember when you could buy fertilizer and do fun experiments before they brought the restrictions? I don't remember that at all. I must have been too much of a baby at the time before the restrictions. Someone that can explain things and just take their time is more important than having someone that just knows stuff but can't explain it. I think that's true. Oh my gosh, I had so many professors that were so smart. Some of the smartest people that I've ever known. Oh my gosh, they could not teach. Not to save their life. I had a chemistry professor when I got into uni, and she was the reason why I needed to start going on anxiety meds. That's a whole another story in itself. Sorry, you're an old fart. You're not an old fart. I think I'm in my 20s. I'm in my 20s. You're not an old fart. Also, King Penna, welcome in. Welcome. Also, I think you're set about. I hope you enjoy your time in. It's good to see you. Welcome. Hi. Hello. Good to see you. It sucks so much when you meet someone who's so smart, now I'm struggling to speak, but they're a pain in the ass. Yes. Oh my God. There was this kid in my chemistry class. I hated him to pieces. He was so mean to me. I used to study my ass off, and it used to never ever be enough. And gosh, those were dark times. But he was in my class, and I remember one time we had an exam, and he didn't know about it. And he was like, he met up with his friends, and I was sitting in the corner waiting for class to start. And his friends were like, "Oh, how do you feel about the exam?" And he was like, "There's an exam?" And in the back of my head, I felt a little bit smug because it was like, haha, Mr. Know-It-All isn't ready. And I felt a little bit better because I studied so hard. I know that's a very petty thought to have, but he was so mean to me. Cut me some slack. He was mean to me. And he got the highest score in the class. It was so sad. I mean, it wasn't sad. I mean, good for him, but it was sad for me. I studied my butt off. You have to eat food and study for your final. Have a wonderful stream and day. Good luck with your final. Take care. Good luck. I'm sending you all my luck. I hate finals. Good luck. Eat something good. Study hard. Good luck. God, something like that would have murdered you. It did to me. Gosh, I was so frustrated. I didn't know it, but I had dyslexia. I have dyscalculia too, but it's not as bad as my dyslexia. I didn't know it at the time though. So that was a pretty big hindrance. When you were in uni, you were approached by a classmate to tutor him. So you did. You offered to your classmates too, but they didn't wanna. One of your proudest moments in life was when we had exams from that class. Only 2 people passed. You and that classmate? Oh my gosh, I would tell that story forever if that happened to me. That has to be one of the most gratifying feelings ever. Oh my gosh. I would be doing backflips. I would be over the moon. What's dyscalculia? It's like dyslexia, but for numbers. So, because actually my university paid for my diagnosis, which was really, really nice. I know how hard it is to get a diagnosis with how expensive things are. Oh! Miss Lily. Miss Silly. I think that's right. Miss Silly, thank you for the follow. I hope you enjoy your time in. Welcome in. Welcome. Ah, fuck. Yeah. You had a really old chemistry teacher that was a true survivor, a real life warrior. He had a big scar on his head that survived strokes and always had crazy stories. He was great, but you have to be honest, his mental state was not good for teaching. He was really smart, but very forgetful and careless. Oh man. I hope you were able to enjoy his company at least, because it sounds like he was a really good guy. Why is it that chemistry teachers are the most interesting, coolest people ever? Except for that one that used to give me panic attacks. Not good for teaching, but he sounds like he would be a good... He sounds like he would be interesting, an interesting person to hang out with. You just realized usernames with numbers must be horrible for me to read. Yes. Yeah, they are, but it's okay. I've gotten used to it quite a bit. You couldn't. It pissed your classmates off, as well as the people one class up. They were all repeating the class that year and none passed, so it was kind of a touchy subject. Especially since uni had a really bad solution to so many students failing, and lots of people didn't like the solution either. I mean, it kind of sucks that they rained on your parade, but I'm proud of you, Maury. I'm proud of you. Fuck yeah. I hope you're done with that class, and I hope you don't have to deal with those people, because I would be extremely proud of that. I would be very, very proud of that, and I'm proud of you. I'm glad that you and your friend passed. No, you have both of those conditions. It sucks. It really fucking sucks. Mine an explosive engine with the Canadian Armed Forces and then taught high school. Yeah, none of us can figure that out. What the fuck? What? Oh, do we have ads? Do we have ads again? Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There's the YouTube stream. No chat, but there's the YouTube stream. There we go. I shill out my YouTube stream relentlessly. Very sick of me. Very sick and terrible. I do think it's been an hour. Should we play a video game? Should we play the video game? I think we should play it after the ads. I love yapping though. I love yapping with you guys. Also, I realized my why isn't this working? Redeems aren't going off. Only if that video game involves bunnies of small sized. I actually don't know if it does. Hold on, let me reset my chat client. Fail to listen. Why is it failing to listen? I'm not seeing redeems. Huh. I'm sorry, I guess. Why am I not seeing redeems? That's okay. Okay, well, if I redeem something, if you redeem something and I miss it, it's not showing up. It's not showing up. Butchie, I saw your ear tug here. I'll give everybody their points back because I can't. There you go. You can all have your points back. It was on screen though. Yeah, but usually I get a notification on my little chat window that you guys did it so I can react accordingly. Well, at the end of the stream, everybody can have their points back. Also, hello, Chlorine. Welcome in. Hello, everyone. How are you? Fine, thank you. You wish you were a bird. Congratulations. I also wish you were a bird. Okay. How about video game? How about video game? Shall we? Ooh. Okay. Let's play Tiny Bunny. I set it up a little bit before stream, so let's see how this goes. I think it's a visual novel, and there's 4 episodes out currently. Also, hello, Shrekbeard. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So let's get this going. Meow, 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 meow. Tiny bunny. Okay. And then stick myself over here. And then change category. Tiny bunny. Perfect. There's a category for it, so I can play it on stream. Awesome. Okay. I don't know anything about this game. I know nothing. I think it's a visual novel, but I'm really, really not sure. How is the audio for you guys? Can you hear the slight ambiance? Can you hear is that loud enough? Does it need to be louder? So I'm gonna try to angle my drawing tablet, even though it's giving me such a hard time. She wishes harm against her own bunny kind. I would never. I love bunnies. Seems good. Perfect. Thank you. Sounds good to you guys? Perfect. Oh my gosh. Thank you. You guys are on top of it. I mentioned this at the start of stream, but probably next stream or the stream after, I'm going to start implementing my special volume VIP role. Okay. Can I adjust my tablet? Please! My tablet arm is broken. Whoa! I can't. Ah! Angle. Please, no! Ah! The arm is gonna fall off at this point. I have a new tablet arm, but my tablet's so heavy I can't move it by myself, and I have to wait for my partner to come home. And it's please. Okay. We're not monitoring through we're not monitoring anything through OBS today. If anybody notices anything glaringly wrong, please just tell me. Oh, it is what it is. Let's start. Tihi, tihi, eto, ble. The art for this game looks phenomenal. Ah, okay. Should I make myself a little smaller? I think so. I'll go right here. The wind clawed at my window all night long. It wandered the fields and howled like a hungry beast. An endless song weaved from all sorts of voices, shrill, gentle, sneery, twined in the air. They were shouting and laughing. Sorry, I'm also circling back around dyslexia. Pardon me. And arguing about something. Someone was running through the snow while casting long shadows that would occasionally creep close to my bed. Oh! Ringo from the Beatles! Thank you for the follow. Welcome in, Ringo. That's crazy. From the Beatles? That's insane. Welcome in. I hope you enjoy your time in. Our house had a mind of its own, the creaky old mind of a building that had seen lots in its days and was seemingly trying to share its wisdom with the inhabitants. The lonely house faced the forest, and the dark green thicket gazed back with its hollow eyes, rustling, whizzing, swaying back and forth. One could come out and stand at the edge of the forest to reassure themselves. There was nobody behind the crooked trees. Fuzzy silhouettes swaying in the wind couldn't possibly do any harm. It's just a play of light and shadow. Just a play. I knew it was just my imagination. I was already 12 after all. Still. You wonder if the turtle is the enemy awaiting with a spear. I don't know. Maybe the owl is the enemy? Oh, wow.
Убери книгу немедленно.
Hey, put away your book.
Сколько раз говорила, не читай за столом, вредно. Сидишь, сутулился весь.
I wonder if is there English voiceover or no? If there's not, then I don't think there is. Russian? Yeah, okay. So I'll let the voiceover play and then I'll read it. How many times have I told you not to read at the table? It's bad for your health. Look at how slouched you are. Of course, it's a Russian game with these aesthetics. It's beautiful, though. It's stunning. Hide? I didn't protest and put the book about Conan and the Barbarian aside. I was stuck on a line I couldn't understand after reading it 3 times anyway. Oh, dude, fucking mood. Fat fucking mood. Oh my gosh. Russian stories aren't exactly lighthearted. Yeah. I don't know a whole lot of Russian stories. I do know that there was a trigger warning for this game at the very, very beginning. So it's fine. It's fine. Olya had already finished her breakfast and was munching on some cookies. She was so enthusiastic. She almost looked like your typical girl from commercials.
Пока не съешь, из-за стола не встанешь.
You're not going anywhere until you finish all of it. You're Russian? Nothing about Russia is lighthearted? From what I know about Russia, I guess I have to agree with that. And if you're Russian, I have to take your word for it. I, on the other hand, was still trying to drill a hole in the plate with my eyes, as if it would make the porridge disappear. Hazy anxiousness welled up inside, all because of the previous sleepless nights, the black forest around our house, and the gloomy wind. The longer I waited, the colder the lumpy white substance became. Oh my gosh, I hope listening to me read this isn't like pulling teeth. I'm so sorry. It looked like a jellyfish from Cousteau Odyssey. I loved that show. I wonder how horrifying the bottom of the ocean is. Or how cold the black forest is at night. The spoon fell out of your hand. My hand. I'm doing good. I'm fine. Thank you. Mom showered me with a cold glare from her green eyes.
Что я говорила?
What did I just say?
Я достану.
I'll get it. I had 10 seconds to catch my breath before battling the nasty porridge once again. I felt around for the spoon. What is this carved on the other side of the table? Karina. Ah, that's my mom's name. I guess she carved it out with something pointy when she was little. You're good? You're only listening to me without reading and understood everything? Okay, good. Good. You're allowed to complain. You're allowed to complain if things go downhill. She sure was a rascal, damaging furniture like that. She would scold me for a week if I did something similar, though. Should I remind her about it? No, she's been in a bit of a bad mood lately. I imagined her being my age, sitting under this table. I wonder, was Mom afraid of the dark back then? Or the sounds coming from the attic? Or the thick forest? I imagined my grandma coming into my little mom's room, sitting at the edge of her bed where Olya sleeps nowadays, and saying this in her soft, smooth voice.
Тайга — особое место, дитятка.
Taiga is a special place, little girl.
Она к тебе присматривается, принюхивается,
It's watching you closely, sniffing you out,
словно хочет понять, что ты за зверь такой.
trying to discern what kind of beast you are.
Понравишься, в беде не бросит.
If you're a good sort, it won't abandon you in times of trouble.
А будешь проказничать? Схват!
Oops! Oh, I didn't mean to. But if you're a bad apple, it'll grab you by the side and drag you under the ground.
Тут и дело с концом.
And that would be it. Grandma was caring. She never fought with anybody, never yelled, never swore. Those were the times without the maddening screams until late at night, without smashed dishes and mutual accusations. Our parents used to love each other back then. I remember listening in on one of their conversations by chance. They were talking about Grandma getting prepared for her funeral. She had already bought a casket, and she called it her cute funeral box. It waited for its time in the closet, patiently. Never swore? That's a blatant lie? I don't know. I feel like everybody's guilty of swearing at least once or twice. Right? Right? Mom, Donna, welcome in. Work over? Good. Glad work is over. I hope you manage to enjoy the rest of your day. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Also, the idea of buying a casket for yourself is so morbid. But I guess it is something that has to be done, you know? I think about it sometimes. Would you guys prefer to buy your own casket? Or would you prefer to... Sorry, I'm gonna get kind of morbid and heavy. Would you prefer to buy your own casket? Or would you prefer that somebody else buy your own casket when you're gone? I think I would prefer to buy my own. I'd want to know where I was resting, I think. Is that weird? I don't know if that's weird. Maybe she swore outside of the house. Yeah, maybe she just never swore in front of kids or anything like that. You think you want to be cremated, get you a bedazzled urn? Oh. I had a friend. I'm not going to get too into it, but I lost a friend last year, and they had the prettiest urn. They had this bright purple sparkly urn. It was the prettiest. I know they would have liked it. You think you would get I already read that. Carve some cool shit on it. Yeah, I would want to carve some cool shit on it too. I want to carve something on it so like if anybody ever robbed my grave, there was like an Easter egg. You know, maybe like I'd carve like a Half-Life Easter egg into my coffin. You'd rather they cremate you and puff the ashes, honestly? That would be fucking... I feel like that in itself is its own way of going out. There's an episode of King of the Hill where... Does anybody care about King of the Hill spoilers? I don't think anybody cares about King of the Hill spoilers, but somebody dies, right? And they want to be cremated, and they want their ashes to be flushed down the toilet of I think of the bar of somebody that they didn't like. I can't remember. Something like that. I'm all for fulfilling last wishes. I would definitely do something like that for somebody. Yeah. I wasn't sure. Is it a spoiler to say? Does It's an old show. Who cares? Guys, but did you know there's a King of the Hill remake coming out? Not a remake, a sequel. I'm actually really excited. To watch it. I've seen every single episode of King of the Hill. It used to like play when I was a kid just on TV. So I've seen every single episode through osmosis. You've seen the series twice. Okay, well at least that's good. You're gonna get cooked into the oven you go. You already paid for your funeral in full. At what point do you pay for your funeral? I would want to pay for my own funeral too, because I wouldn't want to burden my family with it, I think. Or my loved ones, you know? You're excited, but the fact that Dale's voice actor died makes you so sad. Yeah, Luann's too. Do you guys know if Luann is going to be in the remake? I don't think she is, because I know that she passed away at a pretty young age. You never watched King of the Hill, but somehow you know that exact scene. There's some scenes that are just really, really iconic. Okay, sorry. Continuing. Burden, the loss alone is enough. I know. It's kind of sad to think about, but it's just like, I would want to have money and stuff like that put aside just because I wouldn't want to put that on them. You know? Anyway. It waited in its time. It waited for its time in the closet patiently. Also, with some of the fields your family works in, you can't gross or creep. Sorry, you can't gross or creep you out. That's good. I feel like I do have a morbid curiosity for these kinds of things, so I feel bad. I guess it is just going to be one of those kinds of streams, a little bit more depressing, I think. I'll add a trigger warning in the YouTube VOD. But anyway, it waited for its time in the closet patiently. It was black, upholstered with meat-colored material on the inside. You saw it. I saw it when my grandma was getting buried. The house didn't change since the time she was alive. Only all the photos were gone. You shouldn't feel bad. This is just some very real stuff. Yeah, but some people aren't really in the mind space to, like, take it. And I feel like my streams are usually pretty lighthearted. So I do feel like I should add a trigger warning on the YouTube VOD at the very least. Because if I were to click onto a stream like this a year ago, like when I lost my friend, I don't think I would be able to handle it. So I feel like it's just a common courtesy, you know? Anyway, the house didn't change since the time she was alive. Only all the photos were gone. Glass-covered pictures with gray faces of my ancestors. They all had a dead but watchful look in their eyes. I crawled out from under the table. Oh, should I? Nah, it's fine. I think it's okay. Your favorite serial killer that you have is Richard Kuklinski? I listen to a lot of true crime podcasts, but I actually don't know who that is. I get the names mixed up. I get a lot of things blended together. Like, I get Ben Shapiro and Ben Schwartz mixed up. I think that's probably one of the worst ones I get mixed up. The Iceman? Maybe I haven't heard that one. Maybe I haven't heard of his crimes. I'll look into it later. But there's a lot of names that I get mixed up. Like I get Emma Frost and Emma Stone mixed up. I get those two mixed up. So where's the tiny bunny in this game? There's an awesome tiny bunny in the bottom right. Yeah, I think I'm gonna be the only bunny. I keep yapping. So I feel like that doesn't help. Maybe there's bunnies. There's gotta be bunnies, right? Oya was done with her cookies, and she was looking at my share like a sly woodland critter. I turned my gaze towards the frosted window. There was a lot of dark pines outside, but they didn't grab my attention. The pattern of the frost formed a picture on the glass.
Оля, гляди, лиса!
Oh yeah, look, it's a fox.
Где?
Where? It almost looked like those optical illusion things that they put on the back of student notebooks. Oh, I could never see those. Do you guys know those magic eye things? I'm really bad at them. I can never see the magic eye things. Iceman is a mob hitman, and as such, he's not usually mentioned among serial killers. I see. But he was pretty cool. Okay, I got you. Hey, you know that one guy who robbed the bank? Yeah, that one guy, Ben Shapiro. Listen, I struggle a little bit. Maybe the real bunnies and the night terrors of the taiga and mom's port. Maybe the real bunnies were the night terrors and the taiga and of the ah! Yes. What about Michael Afton? He's Urkel. The man behind the man. Anyway. A mixture of lines at first glance, but if you blur your vision a little bit and look under a certain angle.
Да не на улице, на стекле.
Not outside, on the window.
Смотри, вот нос, вот.
Look, here's the nose and here's...
Ну-ка, доедай.
Hey, eat up.
Да, да, сейчас.
Yes, just a moment.
Я ничего не вижу.
I don't see anything.
Живо. Совсем немного осталось.
Hurry up, there's not much left.
А, вот. Но все равно не похоже.
Ah, there it is. But it still doesn't look like one.
А я говорю, похоже.
I'm telling you it does.
Не-а.
Nuh-uh.
Похоже.
It does.
Прекратите. Ну
Stop
что за
it.
дети?
These kids, I swear. Now I couldn't see the fox either. It disappeared. Went away. Only the frosty patterns, similar to stretched out nettle leaves, kept creeping up on the glass. My dad entered the kitchen with long, measured steps. I want to have a beard like his when I grow up. Oh my gosh, when I was a kid, I used to be so envious of guys because I wanted a beard. I wanted a beard so badly. Now that I'm an adult, I quite like being a girl. But I wanted a beard so fucking bad. I wanted a beard. I wanted one. I want to have a beard like his when I grow up. Mom would always ask jokingly, "Come on, shave it off. It stings." This was so long ago. Also, she's not valid. She's not valid for this. Beards do not sting. They don't. She's not valid. She's not valid for that at all. L take, Mom. L take. This was so long ago. Nowadays, rumbling doors and witty comebacks were an everyday occurrence. Olya would cover her ears when she hears something like, "What's the point in all this?" through the wall. "It's all for your sake," Dad would reply. "It's for the sake of our family." I was caught every sound in fear of hearing the most dreaded, deadliest word that started with a D. D-I-V-O. I don't even want to finish it. It was scary to imagine that me and my little sister could be torn apart and taken in two different families. Shaving the beard stings more than non-shaved? The dream isn't dead. Your mom has a beard! I don't know if I'd want to have a beard. Like, when I was a kid, I wanted one. Like, I would like to know what it feels like to have one on your face. You know? You don't blame me you shaved yours off because of the white hair, and no, you don't have any gray. It's black or white. That's cool, though. I think that's really cool. I used to think about dyeing white streaks into my hair just because I really, really like it. I kind of hoped that I would go gray at 20 just because I think I think the way it looks is really cool. Feels like the hair on your head? Yeah, but like, my partner has a beard, right? And like, when I shave my legs feel breezy. They feel breezy, you know? Is that how it feels? Is that how it feels when you shave your face? Does it get breezier? Can you feel things better on your face? Yes? I want to know how it feels. Same, to be honest. You're just in your 30s and almost half of your beard hairs are turning white. I used to have a lot of gray hairs in college just from stress, but they seem to be going away. I thought I was graying early because of that. I want to know how it feels. I have such a baby smooth face and I want to know. Anyway, sorry.
Что твоя лиса? Вот у меня на окне сова.
Anyway, your fox is nothing. I have an owl on my window.
Опять ты со своей совой.
You and your owl talk again.
Так ты же вчера мне верил.
You said you believed me yesterday.
Никто ключи от машины не видел?
Has anyone seen my car keys?
Вроде оставлял на подоконнике.
I remember leaving them on the windowsill.
Вроде.
Right.
Вроде оставлял, вроде нет.
Maybe you did, and maybe not. It's like shaving your head, but not on your head, but on your face. I don't think I've ever shaved my head though. I've cut my hair really, really short. Also, Fackler, welcome in. Welcome. I gave myself a boyish cut in not quite a pixie, a tiny bit longer than a pixie. And the weight on my head felt different, but it wasn't as breezy. I don't know. It's a lot of work trimming it, and oiling beards are coarser hair. And yes, you feel after shaving it, you feel all the cold much more in the winter. Think of your legs and then apply the same feeling to your face. That's fair. That's fair enough. But it's like, I feel like I don't get enough hair on my legs, you know? Not for the full experience. I think unless I shave my head completely, I feel like I'll never know. And I've already just started to grow my hair out again. I don't want to cut it again. Not for a while. Maybe someday. I don't know. I feel like I could rock a shaved head.
Вроде взрослый мужчина, отец 2 детей, а вроде...
You're a grown man and a father of 2, and still.
Перестань, пожалуйста, Карина.
Karina, please stop.
Дай мне спокойно собраться.
Just let me get ready in peace.
В корзине твои ключи, возле телефона.
Your keys are in the basket near the phone.
Огромное тебе человеческое спасибо.
Well, thank you very much.
Антон, ешь быстрее, а то как мученик сидишь.
Anton, stop making a martyr out of yourself and finish eating already.
А сова?
But the owl.
Не было там никакой совы.
There was no owl.
Была!
But there was one!
Глазюки огромные! Во! И светятся!
And it had giant glowing eyes. Olya sprung up from the chair and placed her hands on her little face, imitating a pair of eyes with her fingers, each the size of an apple.
В прошлом году бабай в шкафу. Сейчас сова?
Last year you had babai in your closet, now it says owl. Glossary. Babai, in Slavic folklore, a nocturnal spirit used by parents to threaten their ill-behaving children. This makes me wish you knew Russian. This makes you wish you knew Russian. I agree. I think it's such an interesting language. It's nice on the ears. I quite enjoy it. If any, Russian language, so cool. You gotta keep learning it. You do. And then you have to teach me some words. If anything, repeatedly cutting it would only prompt better blood flow and regeneration in that area. Oh, for hair.
Но я же видела!
But I saw it. Olya shifted her gaze back and forth from mom to dad to me, but she couldn't find any support.
А ты не думала подружиться с ней, нет?
Have you thought about befriending it?
Вымышленными мышами покормить, например?
You know, like feeding it with imaginary mice?
Не подначивай ребенка.
Don't bully our girl.
Просто мала еще, и спать одна боится.
She's afraid to sleep alone because she's still little. Olya pouted her lips in rebellion and rushed into the hallway. The staircase that led to the second floor creaked. Mom gave Dad a strict look. Oh, that look in her eyes. It's so uncomfortable to be pinned under it. Dad just snorted in reply and left, ringing with the keys that he just found. A minute had passed and the theme song from The Little Mermaid echoed through the house. It was stored on an incredibly worn-out cassette tape, which Dad had already had to glue together once. It's so easy to fix objects by gluing them back together, for an example. Hello, Hembo. Enjoy your lurk. You need to learn the alphabet to learn the sounds. Such an interesting looking alphabet. It is an incredibly interesting looking alphabet. I feel like it would drive my eyes insane. But how do you fix a relationship? Mom moved to the living room and I was left alone, anxiously stealing glances at the window. Oh, Olya had trouble sleeping ever since we moved to this house. She would toss and turn or curl up into a ball under her blanket. Sometimes she would jump up in the middle of the night and turn on the VCR. Cartoons helped take her mind off of all the troubles we had with the move and our parents. In Russian, it's normal to not understand your own handwriting altogether. Really? Is it that common? Oh. And then Olya said that she saw the giant flying monster outside of her window. You like the art? Me too. She became obsessed with it. Our parents did everything in their power. They tried every little trick to get rid of those ridiculous fears. Olya refused to sleep alone and didn't believe that the owl was just one of her nightmares. After last night, I was unsure what to make of my sister's words, what to think of it myself. Can nightmares be infectious? That night, I couldn't get a wink of sleep. Oh, fuck. Ads have started. There you go. You know, I've never seen Russian in cursive, but I can't imagine how it would look. I feel like, oh my gosh, I feel like that'd be so confusing on my eyes. Cursive is way too smooth to make words apart. Really? I mean, yes, I can see it, but how common is cursive? I'm so fucking curious now. How is it more common, like for doctors that need to write really fast or note takers? Oh, well, either way. That night, I couldn't get a wink of sleep and ended up thinking of what to expect from my new school. There were a couple days left before the beginning of a new term. My imagination drew long, twisting hallways that led to a classroom full of kids. But all the students behind their desk were simply dark figures cut out using a template. Ooh. Circular holes gapped in the middle of their faces, and pairs of eyes blinked inside those holes. It was as if some completely different creature were looking at me from behind the flat back silhouettes. Their cruel glares, filled with icy sneers, made me shiver from head to toe. Will I survive here? Won't they gang up on me and beat me down, stomp on me with their bloodied shoes? The damn school can burn for all I care. I just wished for anything to happen to it. Doesn't really matter what. I didn't want to go there that badly. I didn't want to see people who are just itching to smack me on the head, trip me up, think of new offensive names for me, worse than the previous one. I felt like the glasses I wore made me an outsider or some sort of monster. My gaze slid across the drawings hanging on the walls. I couldn't consider myself a great artist, but Olya begged me to hang them. Drawing was the only thing that made me happy as of late. The small circle of friends I had also enjoyed my paintings. They had promised to call me from time to time. Sometimes I imagined my mom picking up the phone and saying in the cold voice, "You've got the wrong number." Or, "Anton is not around." Anton is not around. I imagined my future classmates lying in their beds, just like me, listening to the howls of invisible werewolves outside their windows. Maybe my new classmates will like me after all. But who would ever like a boy with thick glasses? I mean, my dad used to wear glasses when he was little, and now he's married to the most beautiful woman on the planet, my mom. The house creaked, pressed by the wind. The condo we used to live in, a 9-floor concrete building, buzzed with the neighbor's drill, mumbled with a TV set from behind the wall, cried like a baby from the big family next door. Our current house, though I can't really call it new, was completely different. It was silent and easygoing during the day. Its shadows lay dormant in the corners, on the closet cobwebs, and under the stairs. But they all woke up during the night. Something was watching me from the corner, almost as if the old photos of my deceased family, with their ashen eyes, were hanging on the walls in place of my drawings. The floor was squeaking, rusty drains were moaning, the attic was occupied by noisy drafts. One can think the house was performing some type of demonic melody. And then I realized, I was in fact hearing music. It was already playing out for a good while. Somewhere at the edge of my perception, I could hear a flute. It was mixed with the sound of the wind, of the creaking old house, and my thoughts too. I stood up and rushed to the window. I wanted to reassure myself that this music was nothing more than a product of my imagination. It's not like someone is playing in there amid the cold, snowy night, right? The professor can read every word I wrote in my 10-page exam notebook. Even I can't understand it. You used to give your answer paper to your friend so he can cheat during the exam, but he would fail because he couldn't understand the shit that you wrote. I'm so interested. I want to see Russian cursive now. Let's open the door. Window, I guess. Someone was dancing in the field. Black silhouettes I could barely make out, with the dark forest as their backdrop. They jumped around, basked in moonlight, bumped into piles of snow, rolled around and crawled on all fours. Stories about wolves playing under the moon came to mind, but these were clearly not wolves. They stood upright at times, circled back around, holding hands and whipping up snow, disappearing into the shadows for a brief moment, and then coming back. Something bizarre was going on. Shadows dancing in this starless abyss made my imagination go wild, making me anxious at the same time. Suddenly, the music stopped. The dancing shadows froze in place, and I could swear pierced me with their eyes. One of the silhouettes immediately parted from the bizarre shadow carnival and sprinted across the field with giant leaps. It glided on squeaky snow without leaving any prints until it was devoured by the pitch-black shadow of my house, which became even darker and thicker. My heart was jumping around like a bird inside a cage. I shut the curtains with a swift motion and stepped back towards the bed. They saw me. A freezing torrent of fear washed over me. I stood in the middle of a perfectly dark room and listened to some unwanted guest move and scrape around, looking for an entrance. The sound moved to the right, then circled around the house. Now my guest should be at the front door. I jumped into the bed and covered myself with the blanket as if it could protect me. The shackles of fear locked my muscles. I remembered the funeral, my grandma lying there, hands crossed across her chest, her facial features sharp, that of a tin doll. Ants running up and down the legs of chairs that held my grandma's casket. I imagined those little creatures climbing up her head and pulling up her eyelids with their tiny legs. Then, her wrinkly eyeballs would move again inside their sockets and she'd be able to see her grandchildren. I was chanting the spell she taught me throughout the whole procedure. And now, lying under the blanket and listening to the squeaks and howls, I was repeating the same words.
На острове Буяне, в синем океане, стоит домовина, в ней сало и глина, волосы седые, чертям еда, раба Божьего Антона не тронут никогда.
On the island of Buyan, underneath the blemished sun, in the sea of color blue stands a cabin made of wood. There lay lard and ashen hair for the spawn from Devil's Lair, to feast and always leave alone God's faithful servant named Anton.
Бесы забудут дорогу к дому.
Evil leave this house must.
Мертвый к мертвому, живой к живому.
Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Bizarre sounds had disappeared. I cautiously peeked out from under the blanket and saw curtains waving around like a hanged man. And the night doused me with a new portion of boiling terror. The sound scratched my eardrums. In reality, something or someone was scratching at the front door, hurriedly clawed at wood, demanding to be let in. The door was shut. Dad had become very cautious recently, so he installed a sturdy lock. I remember him staring at the forest intently, as if he was looking for someone.
Мертвое к мертвому,
Ashes to ashes,
живое к живому.
dust to dust. I hugged my knees, placing my chin between them, and drilled the door with my eyes. It was so flimsy and weak before the might of the darkness. And then the doorknob twitched slightly. And it turned halfway. Once, twice, as if the person who tried to enter had no hands. The doorknob tilted once more, and then started clicking violently. My jaw cramped from fear. My wet fingers clutched the blanket. The door creaked and opened. The wind taunted me, moaning inside the tin drains. Now, Now you'll see. The door was wide open. The darkness writhed inside the carnivorous mouth of a doorway. Sha. It was as if the night itself was calling out to me, flapping its black wings and squeaking with rusty hinges. I was trembling, ensnared by the web of darkness that hung in the corners of my room, waiting for the one who weaved it to come out of the gaping black hole. Ni? My abdomen tightened and my chest rose up, ready to exhale a desperate scream. Hey, we're calling for your car's extended warranty. But before I was able to do anything, the darkness asked me,
Ты спишь, Тоша?
Tosha, you asleep? Bro, you came and you heard wet fingers clutch on the blanket. What stream did you come onto? Welcome in, Doodle Noodle. Hello. Today we are reading this visual novel called Tiny Bunny. Very visceral, a little spooky. My sister's pale face protruded from the dark, thick shadows. I almost screamed from relief.
Оля, я не сплю.
Olya,
Что случилось?
I'm not sleeping. Did something happen? Olya frowned and stuck out her lower lip. A clear sign she was about to cry.
Оно опять прилетело и пялится на меня.
It's there, staring at me. Shoo her away, Tosha, please.
Прогони, пожалуйста. Я так боюсь.
I'm so scared. The fear that was tormenting me just a minute ago crawled away and hid somewhere in my stomach. I needed to calm Olya down.
Это был сон, глупая. Не пугайся. Сны не кусаются. Никто тебя не обидит.
It was just a dream, silly. Don't be scared. Dreams don't bite. No one's going to harm you. Olya sobbed. She was trying her best to believe me. But was I sure myself?
У меня есть идея.
I have an idea.
Пойдем к тебе в комнату, видик посмотрим. Спящую красавицу, например.
Famous last words. Let's go to your room and watch the video. Sleeping Beauty, for an example.
Тебе же нравится этот мультик?
You like that cartoon, don't you?
Почему у спящей красавицы принца у меня эта страшная птица?
Why does the Sleeping Beauty have a prince and I have the scary bird? That question took me by surprise. Eat that poor little girl, please, Mr. Haunted Ghost. No!
Ладно, давай посмотрим Золушку.
All right, let's watch Cinderella. My thoughts became tangled, fuzzy. What was that? What studied me with its eyes while dancing feverishly underneath the moon? The darkness was clinging to the window, and it couldn't be fooled by Grandma's old chants. It couldn't be satisfied with the feast of lard and long ashen hair.
Тоша, ты идешь?
Tosha, are you coming?
Да, сейчас.
Yes, just a moment. Oh, that wasn't fair! That got me! You missed it! That's why I didn't want to laugh at Olya and her owl in the morning. Was the sister the wolf? I don't know. I don't think so. Who could be visiting us here in the middle of nowhere? Do you guys know, like, do you ever get, like, jump scared so badly that you feel it in the back of your head and you get a little lightheaded? I didn't think the visual novel was gonna have jump scares. Okay, anyway. Who could be visiting us here in the middle of nowhere? We don't know anyone from around here. So persistent. Not anymore, but you used to. Of course, you turn around when the jump scare happens. I'm sorry. That Korean comic got you good back in the day, though. I don't think I know the one. Maybe I do. I wasn't too privy to the internet when I was a kid. Sorry, I'm gonna have some water. Also, Doodle Noodle, get your brain out of the fucking gutter. Get your brain out of the fucking gutter, buddy. Now you have to find it. Please tell me what it's called. I'm very curious. I felt extremely unsettled just from a silly thought that our morning guests could have come from the woods. I could barely hear voices coming from the front door. My mind was urging me to hide. In the closet, under the table, behind the curtains, where Olya always hides. Tosha, come here. I felt kettlebells were tied to my feet, but still dragged them towards the hallway. A couple of policemen towered over me in the doorway, arguably scarier than the wolf. They smelled like frost and worry. My mom almost winced and grumbled the moment she saw patrol cars, worse than bandits. Oh, here, let me save the name because I want to look into it. You're back. You got a donut, but don't tell your doctor? Your secret is safe with me. I want a donut. What kind of donut is it? Well, I'm going to save the name because I want to read the comic as well. I'll save it. Thank you. You think that comic is part of why you sometimes have nightmares about losing control of your PC? Oh my gosh, I'm lucky that I didn't read it as a kid then. When I was a kid, I was afraid of very stereotypical kid things. Like I was afraid of vampires. I was the most afraid of vampires. And when I was a kid, I used to sleep with blankets covering my neck because I used to think that the vampires couldn't get me if my neck was covered. I still sleep with my neck covered to this day. It doesn't quite feel right. Ah, the donut you got was a chocolate glazed one with chocolate. Oh gosh. Ooh, what if after stream I go get a donut? That sounds so good. I hope you enjoy your donut. Your secret is safe with me. Don't worry. A treat every once in a while. I condone. I'm a huge advocate for a special treat every once in a while. Anyway. At the moment, though, she looked somewhat confused.
Здравствуйте.
Hello. The senior officer who wore a grim expression nodded.
Тут мальчик вчера потерялся. Вовой зовут.
A boy had gone missing yesterday. His name's Vova.
Глянь, пожалуйста. Ты его не видел?
Look at this, please. Have you seen him? The policeman held out a photograph to me. A kitty! There was a ginger boy around the age of elementary school, pictured with a wall carpet as the backdrop. He had a striped cat in his hand and wore a large smile.
Нет.
No, I haven't.
Точно? Посмотри внимательней.
What do you mean, are you sure? Are you sure? Look closely.
Где мне его видеть? Я тут никого не знаю, да и из дома-то почти не выхожу.
Where would I see him? I don't know anyone around here. I barely leave the house.
А может, видел в окно?
Well, maybe you've seen him from the window?
Да. У тебя ведь окна на лес.
That's right. Your windows look straight at the forest, don't they? The window.
Нет, не видел.
No, I haven't seen anything.
Ясно.
I see. He sounded tired, but his stare, long and heavy, was full of suspicion. Why are you suspicious of a 12-year-old boy? I squirmed unwittingly under the weight of guilt, which his giant shadow cast over me. The policeman finally tore his eyes from me and glanced over the hallway, the stairway, and the cracks in the ceiling, which I haven't noticed before for some reason. That's just any cop. Yeah! Oh my gosh. Do you guys care if I go on a tiny tangent again? I got pulled over for, I say that, but I'm going to do it anyway. I got pulled over for the first time a couple months ago. It was my first run-in with a cop ever, and I was petrified because I drive so safely. I wouldn't say, I told a friend of mine that I drive like a grandma, but I don't think that's totally true. I drive very safely. I drive with a good distance in front of cars. I drive not necessarily the speed limit, but I drive the speed of which other cars are going. You know, I drive in the slow lane. I drive extremely safely. And I always make sure, especially on the freeway, that there's at least 3 cars distance in front of me in case anybody needs to slam on the brakes. I drive very, very, very safely. I've taught a friend of mine how to drive. And in uni, when I used to drive my friends around, they used to, the reason why I feel confident saying I'm a safe driver is because I've had 2 friends tell me straight up that I was the safest driver that they've ever been with. And my partner used to be anxious in cars, but when I drive him, he can actually fall asleep. So I have great confidence in my safety. You hate slow cars personally? I wouldn't say that I drive slow. I drive to the speed of traffic. Unless speed of traffic is too fast. I'm in California. You guys have to see some of the drivers here. It's fucking ridiculous. But I got pulled over. And I was shaking like a fucking leaf because I was like, what is there to pull me over for? I am an old woman. Poke driving 25 on the freeway? No, I think that would drive me insane. I can't even joke about that. Hello, Jenkins Middleman. Welcome in. Welcome. You prefer public transit because the thought of sitting behind wheels scares you? It did for me too for a long time, but I quite like driving. I like my car. It has a lot of safety features. But when I got pulled over, the cop looked to be about my age, and he just looked at me, and he was so nice. He had the friendliest eyes ever. And I was shaking like a leaf, and like I'm tempted to show you guys a self-portrait that I drew forever ago, just so you can see the visualization of the sad, pathetic, wet woman. Damp, wet, pathetic, soggy woman behind the wheel. Shaking, nearly crying. You know the face? I drew a self-portrait for fucking ever ago, and I'm very, very tempted to show you guys, but it's maybe later, maybe another time. And he immediately took pity on me, and he asked me, is this your first time getting pulled over? And I just nodded, and he seemed surprised. Turns out the sticker on the back of my car, I forgot to replace it. And I think because I was like nearly crying, he didn't give me a ticket. I already had my registration paid for. I just forgot to replace the ticket. So I was really, really lucky that I looked so sad and pathetic because he did not give me a ticket. You can absolutely get a ticket just from forgetting. Like, even if your registration is paid for. He pulled me over and I did not get a ticket because I was so sad and pathetic looking. And I was so grateful. He saw me shaking like a fucking leaf, about to cry, about to fucking piss and shit myself. Anyway, even the friendliest cops are scary. Even the friendliest cops are so terrifying. So lucky. I know. And I think it was just because I was a frail, sad-looking woman. I think that's literally it. I think that's the only reason he didn't give me a ticket. It's because I was about to cry, and he didn't want to have to deal with it. Anyway, let me read your story. Back in high school, you were driving home when a cop pulled you over. Out of nowhere, he secretly planted drugs in your car. You got arrested and spent a night in jail. They threw you in a cell with a random guy. He stared at you and asked, what did you do? And you told him the truth. The cop set you up. And then you asked him what he did, and he looked you dead in the eyes, and he said, I killed a man. That was it? I would have sued. But who has the time or the money to sue? I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh. I would have been so scared. I'm glad you're not in that situation anymore. I'm glad. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry. Oh. Not sad looking. You were a sad spaghetti noodle on the floor. Jails are scary. I hope I never have to spend any time in jail. That's crazy. And only in high school. Dude, I'm so sorry. My gosh, my face got flushed for you. I couldn't even imagine. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry. I know that I've been rambling, and I promise I'll get back to the visual novel in a second, but to make light of the situation, that reminds me of do you guys know that scene in Shrek where the guards sees Shrek and the gang, I guess, and they plant catnip on Puss in Boots? Stories like that make me glad that cops have body cams today. I know, I'm really glad too. My gosh, oh my gosh, that's so scary. Jails aren't that bad if you're in the right facility. I don't know if I'm built for it. I think I'm too sad and scared of everything. I think I'm too pathetic. Maybe I could be hardened, molded, but I don't know. Let's keep reading. Anyway. The policeman finally tore his eyes from me and glanced over the hallway, the stairway, and the cracks in the ceiling, which you haven't noticed before for some reason. Which I hadn't noticed before for some
Вы,
reason.
кстати, как на новом месте? Попривыкли уже?
How do you like your new place, by the way? Getting used to it?
Понемногу. Только вот дочка маленькая по городу скучает.
Bit by bit. It's just our daughter misses the city a lot.
Скучает, значит. Из местных вас никто не беспокоит?
Misses the city, huh? Have the locals been treating you well?
Все хорошо, спасибо.
Yes, everything is all right. Thank you. The policeman pierced through me one more time with his brown eyes. My head started spinning.
Может, вам помочь как-то?
Can I help you somehow? I asked that in a shaky voice to look like a polite boy, and to end this unpleasant conversation sooner.
Я вот стою и думаю,
Now that I think about it,
ты, малец, на племеша моего похож.
you look just like one of my nephews, little fella.
Шустрый парнишка твоих лет, с такими же окулярами. Все книжками зачитывался, детективами.
He's a witty boy around your age, wears the same type of goggles, always engrossed in reading those mystery novels.
Когда летом погостить приезжал, говорит, что в школу милиции мечтает поступить.
Told me he wants to enroll in police school when his family visited this summer.
Как я, хотел людям помогать. Смекаешь?
Wanted to help other people just like me, see? Sorry, bouncing back to chat. As someone who doesn't live in the US, it always amazes me that police are able to... Oh, fuck! Whoa! Wow! Aya! Hello! Hold on, ads are about to start. Let me snooze them. Shout out at... Aya, say... So Aya... Welcome in, Raiders! Oh my gosh, if you're not following Aya, please be sure to go follow her. She's the cutest fucking bunny. Welcome in, Raiders. First and foremost, if you need to raid and run, please feel free. Don't feel obligated to stay in any regard. If you feel like sticking around for a second, how are you? How was your stream? I hope it was good. Hello! Hi, Aya! Hi! If you don't know who I am, I'm Pico. I am a silly green rabbit on the internet, and today we are reading the visual novel Tiny Bunny. I have to give a content warning for anybody popping in that might be a little bit more sensitive to darker topics. We were talking about whether or not we'd like to pick out our own coffin earlier. So it's just that kind of like dark. It's very heavy, a little bit real. So if you're more sensitive to darker topics and themes, please avert your gaze. Please take care of yourself. Miku coffin, let's go. Okay, Grimsby, all right. I did post the Miku coffin on Twitter forever ago. I know exactly what you're talking about. But if you like stick around for a second, how was your stream? What did you get up to? I hope it was good. We're just reading today. We're just reading a visual novel. The goal for today is to finish the first chapter. I think there are a total of 4 chapters that are out, and it's a 5-chapter game. Stream was fun? Good! I'm glad. I'm very glad. I'm glad. It's good to see you. You are the cutest. We haven't hung out or done anything yet, and I want to hang out with you. You are so cute. I saw your portrait of Kuno with your hair and ears on top, and I was like, oh my god, she's so fucking based. Anyway, I'm sorry. I don't mean to call you out. I don't mean to call you out. I love Disco Elysium. It's my favorite game ever. Clapped her this chapter's cheeks. You got it, buddy. You got it. Fuck, does Kuno care? Dude, I love Disco Elysium. Have you guys seen that one meme where it's like, Paradise Punch Lemonade? Fuck your mom! Or something, I can't fucking remember. Somebody edited Disco Elysium over on top of it, and it's my favorite. Disco Elysium is so peak. It's my favorite game ever! Also, Tama, welcome in. Hi. Oh, wait, no, I said hi to you earlier, right? I'm not crazy, right? You need to start playing that game again? Have you finished it or no? I won't spoil anything, obviously. Hello, you're back. You finished your studying? You're ready for your physics exam? Good luck. Physics is a bitch. We're just welcoming in some raiders, so this is a good time to check back in. Double highs. Hello. Hello, hello. All right. I'm gonna keep on reading. Wanted to help other people just like me, see? I felt uncomfortable, as if a distant relative and not a police officer stood before me.
Ох, ребятушки,
You know what?
сидите-ка вы лучше дома. Не ввязывайтесь ни во что.
Little boys like
Жизнь
you.
сейчас совсем другая пошла.
Little boys like you should stay at home. Steer away from trouble. The times have changed so much. Mom interjected in a cold voice.
Мне ли не знать?
You don't say.
Ну да ладно.
Well then,
Ты, Антон, в каком классе учишься?
what grade are you in, Anton?
В 6-м.
6th.
Друзей-то на новом месте еще не завел?
Have you made any friends here so far?
Пока нет. Я только после каникул в школу пойду.
Not yet. I'll be going to school for the first time after the break.
Тогда вот вам на всякий случай мой номер. Звоните, если узнаете что.
Then I'll leave you my number just in case. Call me if you have any new info. Is this one of those Russian comedies? Based on everything I've heard about Russian folklore, maybe. Russian is such an intimidating language. It's so cool. I love the way it sounds. The policemen were gone along with their shadows, the smell of cheap cologne, and the photo of the smiling boy. His face still stood there before my eyes. I wondered what it was like for him, being all alone, there. For some reason, I thought of the forest swaying in the wind. What did his poor parents feel? And what would my parents do if I had gone missing? Would they cry and thrash around hysterically? Or would they accuse each other like they always do and forget about me eventually?
Мам, а Вова этот в нашем лесу заблудился?
Mom, this Vova, did he go missing in our forest?
Выходит, что так. Бедный
Seems like it.
ребенок.
Poor child. I looked out the window at the road. The police UAZ drove off towards the village. Let's see what UAZ is. UAZ, a Soviet and Russian off-road freight passenger car brand, which was produced on the Ulyanovsk oh gosh, car factory. The officer's nephew came to mind when I was splitting off cold paint from the windowsill. I remembered all of the teenage mystery novels from the Black Kitty series that I've read this summer. Black Kitty, a series of contemporary Russian, original or translated teen mystery books. Your average boys and girls investigated all sorts of mysteries there. They looked for clues, spied on suspicious people, and after a set of amazing adventures, bam, solved any complicated case. They became local celebrities and must have made their parents very proud. Thank you for the head pat. I noticed a trail of policemen's footprints that led to the forest, and then it clicked in my head. Why don't I start an investigation of my own? Maybe I'll find that lost boy. Maybe I'll get a reward. Olya would be so happy. Artwork is really cool. Oh, it's phenomenal. It's phenomenal. I'm so in love with it. And not only Olya, Mom and Dad too. Maybe they'll even forget about their quarrels for a while. Maybe I'll even save us from the D word. I fantasized about buying Olya a Tamagotchi and getting a cassette player and a bunch of tapes for myself. But Idea Kid, that's how the first boy got lost! Oh no, but he wants to buy his sister a Tamagotchi. That's so sweet. I love Tamagotchi. I have a Tamagotchi uni. I wish I had IRL friends that had Tamagotchis. That way we could play Tamagotchi together. Because there's a lot of like social like play together aspects of certain models of Tamagotchi. I love it. I love my Tamagotchi. I have this I'm gonna go on a tangent again. I'm sorry. Hold on. Tamagotchi. I have Tamagotchi uni. The new Tamagotchi is so like pretty and well made that you can buy DLC and you get like new worlds and stuff and new mini games to play. It's a lot of fun and there's events and stuff. It's really, really fun. I love my Tamagotchi. I want to show you guys the type of Tamagotchi I have. I have a rarer kind. I didn't know it was rare, but it might not be as rare now, but hold on. I want to show you guys my Tamagotchi. Hold on, where are you? Here we go. I almost pulled up a picture of Bucky. This is my Tamagotchi. I have like this cotton candy angel Tamagotchi, and my favorite Tamagotchi is on this version. I love Violici, and she has an angel version on this one, and it's so cute. You get DLC and more mini games and events and things like that. And I haven't picked up my Tamagotchi in a while because my last one died and it made me sad. But I love Tamagotchi. I almost pulled up a pic of Bucky. Oh dude, the first half hour of stream was that rant. Did you know Digimon started as Tamagotchi for boys? I didn't know that. I've always wanted to get into Digimon. Yokai Watch too. I've always wanted to get into Yokai Watch. Anyway. Based brother wants to get his sister Tamagotchi. Oh, and a whole box of Kinder Surprise, dude. When was the last time our parents bought us any toys? Last autumn, I think. My dad lost his job at the time. There's that annoying song about it. Accountant, a song by an all-female Soviet pop band by the name of Combination that became wildly popular in the early 90s. You've been teaching yourself to program and you've been planning to make your own virtual desktop pet for fun. You want to make a password system to unlock secret minigames that people can share out online, but you're not. Good luck! Good luck! Oh my gosh. Oh, one sec. Sorry, my partner just got back. It's like a watch. You thought it was like a bubble gum? No. Yeah. I think it's like it's a little travel pet. It's a little travel pet. And you can use it as a watch too, I think. You love those old Kinder eggs that are a choking hazard? Me too. I think I bought one fairly recently. I think they remade them so like you can't choke on the toys anymore. Thank you for the hydrate. I'll hydrate. I really like the fondanty taste of Kinder eggs. I like fondant. I know there's a whole subreddit for fondant hate, and I know that a lot of people don't like fondant, but I really like the flavor of fondant. I like the fondanty flavor, at least in American Kinder eggs. I don't know if Kinder eggs are different in other areas of the world. You think somebody did it 7 to 8 years ago with Unity? But still, like, I feel like you could make your own version, even just for funsies, you know? Anyway. I love going on tangents. I had little to no idea what the accountant's job was like. They count money, I think? Neighbors used to envy us. But nowadays, Mom and Dad barely had money to afford sweets, and Dad would always divide a single chocolate bar between me and Olya. Oh. Sometimes I gave her my share too. I know kids are such wimps nowadays. Bring back lawn darts and barnyard fights. Oh man, I was one of those wimps. I've always been a huge coward. But despite being...
Hello, everyone. How are you? Fine, thank you.
Evie! Thank you for subscribing for 12 months. It's been a year. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. I haven't... I don't think I've hit my year anniversary. Early 12 months? Welcome in. Welcome. There's a whole website for people who hate cilantro. This is true. I think there's a gene that about 10% of people have the soap cilantro gene. It was one of my questions of the days not too long ago in my Discord because I wanted to know like how many of my viewers have trouble tasting cilantro. And not as many. I think there was 1 or 2 people. But I think Cilantro, a soapy cilantro gene is more common in Asian regions, if I'm not mistaken. Desktop Pets have had a small spike in popularity recently, so it wouldn't really surprise you. Just a small side project you do for fun. Oh, fuck yeah. Do it. Do it. Do it. And then I want to see it when you do it. Anyway. No matter how much I wanted to eat sweets, she was still just as pipsqueak. What a good brother! I couldn't wait to go out looking for clues.
Пойду погуляю.
I'm going outside.
Ага, сейчас.
Yeah, right.
Чтобы потом милиционеры с твоей фотографией по домам ходили.
You want the police to go around with your photograph next?
Лес вон какой густой.
The forest is so thick.
А если мальчика звери дикие утащили? Или того хуже?
What if the boy got snatched up by wild animals? Or something worse? Even worse echoed through the hallways.
Да я рядом буду. В лес не пойду.
I won't go far. I'll stay away from the forest.
Что я тебе сказала? Мне дважды повторять.
Did you hear what I said? Or should I repeat myself? Gotta go for today. Have an epic stream, everybody. Thank you so much for popping in, Bochi. It was a pleasure having you. Take care. Take care, take care. I really appreciate it. Have a good day.
Лучше портфель собери или соли поиграй.
Better go pack your school bag or go play with Olya. The sound of splashing water came from the kitchen. It means that the argument was over and Mom had the last word. Ooh! Wait, let me move my chat window around. What is this? This cross had seen so many people come and go inside this house. It was black, as if it absorbed all human sin from the long years it was hanging under the ceiling. After Grandma died, Mom was going to take it off and hang a horseshoe in its place as a lucky charm, but she cut herself with the cross's sharp corners and almost fell from the stepladder. Dad called it a sign from above and ordered the cross to be left alone in its rightful place. Ooh. The dark, stuffy closet. Mom says it smells like mice, but how would she know their smell? She hates when I stick my nose in there. She's afraid I'll cut myself on the freshly sharpened axe. And Olya can't be lured close to it. She thinks Babai is living in there. I tried to help her fight her fears once. I opened the door and turned on a dim lamp so she would see there was nothing but cobwebs, Dad's tools, and scratched walls. She still didn't believe me. And I like to hide in the closet to listen to Olya count outside. 1, 2, 3. Better hide from me. Then drag her feet on creaking floorboards, hoping that she wouldn't look for me in the cramped monster's den. Let's go to the kitchen.
Mm-mm.
Oh. Snack time! Grandma kept ice cream for me and Olya there, but now I only see bits of meat for soup and clumped together pelemni? I grew to hate them already. Pelemni, a Russian variety of dumplings made by boiling thin-veiled, unleavened dough filled with mincemeat. One may call it Russian fast food. Oh, I love dumplings. I love the texture of the dough. Anything else? No, turn back. The side of an old ocean freezer was checkered with my childish drawings, Mom's recipes, and all kinds of stickers from bubblegum with dinosaurs that Olya likes so much. That sounds good? It does. It does. Back in my old college town, there was a dumpling place that was so fucking good. I'm craving it now. Among that still life picture hung a piece of ruled paper with the phone number of the police officer who visited us. First Lieutenant Tikhonov. I read inside my mind, looking at the officer's sprawling handwriting. A scrap of paper was held by 2 pieces of a broken magnet from old Soviet toy, and those pieces just barely covered up the numbers as if to taunt me. Sorry, my dyslexia is acting up. I leaned towards it to unveil the mystery and take the piece to a safer place where it would wait for its time when I would finally find Vova and be the first to call the police with the happy news. Anton. Mom's reproachful eyes stared at me.
Зачем тебе? Не трогай, потеряешь же.
What do you need it for? Hands off, you'll lose it. Angering my mom was the last thing I wanted, so I lowered my hand. Olya has good taste. Dinosaurs are so cool. I know, right? Is this a horror game or more mystery? Horror. I think it's a horror visual novel to my knowledge. Oh. This part doesn't seem to be translated.
Мам, там что-то с телевизором случилось.
Mom, there's something wrong with the TV.
Картинка какая-то тусклая, и экран весь в полосах.
The picture's dim and there are stripes all over the screen. Mom's face became visibly distorted.
Без ножа меня режет.
Ah,
Дострелялся в уток своих.
you're killing me here. So you've had enough of shooting those stupid ducks now?
Говорила же, посадите мне кинескоп своей приставкой.
Told you the kinescope will go dim because of your console.
Где мы теперь мастера найдем в дыре этой, а?
Where will we find a TV technician in this hole, huh?
Может быть, просто настройки сбились?
Maybe it's just the settings?
Сходи, посмотри, пожалуйста.
Please, go see for yourself.
Нормально же работал с утра.
Strange. It worked fine this morning. Ah! Did you translate it for me? Thank you! Oh my gosh, I love you! It was hard to lie to Mom, but there was no other way to leave the house. Thank you! Oh my gosh! Soccer game's over, man. Gotta go. Good night, guys. Ba. Also, I'm not sure. Mapochi? Is that how you would say your username? I appreciate it. Thank you for the translation. And hello, welcome in.
Из-за снегопада, наверное, неполадки.
Maybe the snowfall caused it? Mom rubbed her hands clean on her apron and went to Ilya's room. Aha! We have lied to Mother! Oh, wait, I didn't get to look at the newspaper. No time for this. Mom will come back soon. Oh, I should have looked at it sooner. Okay. Can I look at this? No! Oh, I got... Okay. Yeah. All right. Let's go. I should have snooped around more. I opened the front gate and went into the field. Carefully, so Mom wouldn't see me from the window. When I crossed half the distance towards the forest, the snow piles became as high as my knees. I remembered my nightly fears. I saw those silhouettes around here. They were jumping around, holding hands. So I just realized I got a Discord DM. Meow, 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 meow. Nope, we're good. That hypnotizing music started playing in my head, all on its own. In the light of day, those distant figures felt like a simple dream. The sun turned my nightmares to ash, but the aftertaste was still there, distant, ringing in my ears, distorted shadows crawling on the snow alongside me. And barely an audible whisper in my head, blurry and almost kind. Everything was silent. So silent, I felt like the world was totally empty. No ground, no sky, no parents, no Olya. The time reached its limit, a one-day trip that ended at the forest's piney stockade. Sometimes silence was much scarier than any scream. Our parents would scream at each other while arguing, and both me and Olya turned to stone listening to them. But then, always came the reeking silence. Our apartment became numb a couple days before we departed. It was hard to remember the last time Mom and Dad joked around, laughing, or spent time together, almost like all of it was in a previous life. When they kissed with Olya present, she always frowned and snorted in a funny way. But one day, it all changed. Something important had left our home, and something scary filled the remaining void. It was as if a fire broke out and our parents were hurriedly packing our belongings, trying to save themselves and us. From who, though? From the people with cold, dead eyes who sometimes visit us in our previous homes? The eyes that only saw balls of worms on the black ground and everything. And somewhere far away, a siren was going off, trying to warn us of the coming menace. I shuddered, chasing away my delusions, and looked around. There were only me, this white field, and the wind that was whipping up icy dust and belts of powdered snow. I squinted from the sun and turned my eyes to the sunless forest. It looked especially dark in contrast with the blinding whiteness. Does this kid see ghosts? I don't know. He's definitely seeing something, though. Do you guys know that song? Kids See Ghosts? I like that one. Knobby tree roots slithered under the snow like fat snakes. Rotten leaves and coniferous needles froze into the ice. dry, prickly branches intertwined, bringing up uncomfortable thoughts about fences. Were they protecting the forest? Or were they keeping something from breaking out? Some object was hanging from the pointy branches. Ooh, I tried to get closer, drowning in snow, and when I almost got to the edge of the forest, I saw a knitted mitten. It looked like a wounded bird among the hungering semi-dark. Should I take it to the police? The senior officer looked gloomy, but he reminded me of Captain Casanova from my favorite TV show called The Streets of Broken Lights. Streets of Broken Lights, a Russian mystery TV series telling the story of the daily life of Russian police officers. It's the longest running series in the history of Russian TV at the moment. Oh, really? Is that real? Is that so? Will this mitten help them find the lost boy? Vova! I heard a distant shout. Looked like it came from the river. Vova! As if the trees were calling out to somebody. Vova! Resounded closer to me. Someone was standing there behind the trees. Also, hello, Hoppy Bonds. Welcome in. Hiding. Vova! I knew someone was looking for the lost boy, but still. Something was unsettling about that figure. I don't see a figure. I don't see a figure yet. Its stillness, how it was bent unnaturally towards the ground. Its blackness. There's no one there. Just branches and roots. It's all just my imagination. The squid would be so into true crime in the modern day. True crime is fascinating. It's extremely interesting to me just for the human psychological aspect of it. It's so morbidly curious. This kid would absolutely be into true crime, yes. It's all just my imagination. A nearby bird flapped its wings loudly. Oh! A shadow split from the tree and disappeared from my sight. I looked away for just a moment, but when I returned my gaze to the same place, it was gone. So, it was my imagination after all. Silence reigned for a painfully long time. My muscles were tightly sprung. My heart was beating somewhere in my throat. Any noise, any little movement, any small whisper from the thicket, and I'd sprint. But nothing of the sort happened. I looked at the mitten once more. Ooh! Let's take it. I decided to take the lonely mitten from the bridge. Oh! Uh-oh. Oh no, maybe I shouldn't have done that. A shout rumbled across the field and dissolved into the distance. No echo, no hope for a reply. Can I do anything? Or do I just have to wait? I stepped towards the bristly trees and tried to calm my find. It didn't budge. I pulled harder. The branch cracked and the mitten tore off, landing into my hand with a squishy sound. All too heavy. Wet. I squeezed it without thinking, and something dark spilled from it, forming a tiny string between the mitten and the snow. Steam rose from the snow pile. Ooh. I froze in place, steadying my palms in disgust. Red. The sound of crackling branches invaded the silence. I didn't think twice before running away. Something was chasing me from the darkness, breaking pine branches, closing the distance with giant leaps. Snow was slowing me down. Crazy thoughts flew through my mind. I'll get caught. They'll get me. I'll get dragged into the thicket. I'll be gone forever. There was one more voice, probably of reason. It gave me strength. It spurred me on. You can do it. Don't stop. I heard an animal roar behind me. It was so loud, my ears went numb. It felt like the sound had come from a pack of hungry beasts rather than a single one. Their nostrils sucked in freezing air. They sensed my fear. 2 giant wings flapped above my head. And an enormous shadow flew over the clearing. A hoot, a wheeze. The roars were coming from all directions now. From the dried up raspberry bush, from twisted pines, from under the windfall. Hurry, run, don't look back. It felt like I was inside of a nightmare, the snowy clearing becoming viscous like quicksand. I was stuck in place. I pulled my leg from the mushy trap, just to be caught in a new one even deeper than before. I continued to drown, sinking deeper and deeper with every desperate push. Was snow ever this sticky? I screamed in horror after realizing this wasn't snow. Something or someone in the snow pile was clutching my pants. I gathered all of my strength and rushed forwards. The pressure on my leg was gone. My boots slipped out of the hole and my soles were on a hard surface again. I cleared the path with one jump, and from there I ran to my house. Its gloomy facade didn't look threatening now. That house was my line of defense from the shadows that flapped their wings and the creatures that were hidden under the snow. I tripped over the doorstep and I smashed into the door. In all my hurry, I still managed to notice the claw marks. It was as if a dog was striking the wood with its paws, demanding to be let in so it could escape the cold. I hadn't noticed these marks when I was leaving. The heartbeat in my ears was much louder than my surroundings. I couldn't hear whether someone was following me or not. What if they were already in our front yard and my mom had locked the door? Drowning in fear, I pulled on the doorknob and it obediently gave way. Oh, shit. I rolled into the hallway and shut the door behind me. Also, Neon, welcome in. I hope you enjoy your lurk. Hello, hello. Porch planks creaked as my pursuers ascended the stairs. My fingers slipped off the lock and I couldn't click it into place. I gritted my teeth and pulled hard on the iron knob, whipping it between the boards. I stared blankly at the door. Someone was standing on the other side of the pitiful, flimsy barrier that was probably less useful than some blankets. Wheezing breath reached into the house and crashed at me in waves. It smelled of pine and sweat. Mom peeked out of the kitchen and chastised me with the same frigid voice that she had always used when talking to Dad. What exactly didn't you understand when I told you never to slam the door?
Я случайно.
I didn't mean to. I snuck a glance at the door. The smell was gone. The breath was too. If there was somebody in the first place, of course. Here, mere 5 meters away from my mom, my fear was slowly weakening, like melting snow in the spring. With the last bit of strength I had left my body too. My legs gave away. I propped myself up against the wall so I wouldn't fall over. Mom's expression changed immediately. The cold mask of strictness and detachment was gone. Mom looked the same as before all these quarrels. She finally saw my condition, my wet pants plastered with snow.
Ты где был? Я тебе что говорила, а?
Where have you
Чтобы ты
been?
дома сидел.
What did I tell you, huh? I told you to stay home.
Я и для тебя пустое место.
Am I nothing to you too? I got afraid she would cry. I reached out to her like when I was very little and wanted her to cuddle me. But Mom regained her composure fast and put on her usual face. Her eyes shined like steel. Her voice rang out.
У отца сигареты пропали.
Your dad can't find his cigarettes.
Признавайся, ты их стащил?
Be
Курить
honest.
бегаешь?
Did you snatch them? Were you smoking in secret?
Там за мной кто-то гнался. Я думал, меня...
There was somebody chasing me. I thought... I stuttered as soon as I started explaining myself. Hello, Nana. Welcome in. Welcome. Hello. I hope you are having a good day. Tears welled up in my eyes. Mom leaned in towards me and sniffed my clothes like a beast, searching for the smell of tobacco. She squinted her eyes in suspicion and looked in the front yard. Her expression changed in an instant. She covered her mouth with her hands.
Гляди, вон же они. Прямо у забора.
Look over there, at the fence! My heart started thumping, as if I became prey once again, and my pursuers were following me in the field. I could swear that I've heard something scratch at the door, just like in my nightmare. Mom beckoned me with her finger, and I gathered all my remaining bravery to look into the kitchen window, facing my fear. I could barely discern some hairy silhouettes swimming in snow through icy winter patterns on the glass. Dogs! Just a small pack of strays with no name and owner, barely reminding of the hungry monsters that live on the edge of the forest.
Божечки, ты их испугался?
Oh.
Они сами тебя перепугаются,
Oh
Антон.
boy, were you scared of them? I think they'd rather be scared of you, Anton.
Они гнались за мной, словно за зайцем.
They were chasing me, like a bunny.
А вдруг они бешеные?
And what if they're rabid? Her smile, the smile had slowly disappeared from Mom's face. Now she looked at the dogs as if it was her first time seeing
Что если
them.
они нападут на Олю?
What if they attack Olya?
Мам,
Mom,
Вот бы твой отец их всех перестрелял.
I wish your dad could just shoot them all.
мама, они живые.
Mom, look, they're alive.
А что?
Huh?
Ты уж определись, они тебе друзья или враги?
Are they your friend or foe after all? Make up your mind.
Не маленький ведь уже.
You're not a little kid anymore. Mom sighed in annoyance, and I felt so bitter that I bit my lower lip and fixed my gaze on the cobweb-ridden cordon just to keep myself from crying. Well, some detective I am. In reality, I wasn't risking my life among monsters, but rather my pants among a pack of stupid strays. And for what? What use do I have for this? Mitten. Of course! A darkened, sticky mitten that belonged to the lost boy made a squishy sound in my hand. It seemed like I was clutching it the whole time. That's my trump card as a detective. I hurried to present this clue to my mom.
Мам, смотри, это Вовина варежка.
Mom, look, this is Volva's mitten.
Ну того, про которого утром милиция спрашивала.
The boy that the police were asking about this morning.
Она вся в крови, на дереве висела. Вон там, могу показать.
It's drenched in blood. I found it hanging on a tree. I can show where.
Давай в милицию скорее позвоним, как нас участковый просил.
Let's call the police right away, like the officer had told us to.
Мам, гляди.
Mom, look.
Фу!
Ew. A shadow of doubt slowly crept onto my mom's contorted face. As if she was trying to remember something distant, like someone tries to remember their dream but the images slip away.
А ну-ка прекрати сейчас же.
Stop at this moment.
Оля тебя услышит, с ума сойдет.
Olya will go insane if she hears you.
Она и так не спит. На
She
всё
already
подряд
has-
жалуется.
She already has trouble sleeping and whines all night. Oh, hello, Mr. Donowell. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Еще и ты со своими шуточками.
And you joke around like this? The moment I realized the mitten was actually wet from snow, there was no blood whatsoever. I wanted to sink through the floor from embarrassment.
Иди сюда, паникер.
Come here, my boy who cried wolf.
Да не стой столбом. Вот, таблетку на. Быстро пей.
Oh, don't just stand there. Come and take your pills. A golden-colored pill, reminiscent of a dead wasp, fell into my hand.
Я уже пил сегодня, за завтраком.
I already took one during breakfast.
Попререкайся мне еще.
Don't talk over me.
Сказала дома сидеть, нет же.
I told you to stay home, and you...
Был бы отец, выпорол.
Dad would have given you a good whipping for that.
Сейчас же выпей, а то ночью не уснешь. Тебе ведь в школу завтра.
Come on, take it, or you won't be able to sleep at night, and you have school tomorrow. You thought she loaded a gun. I kind of did too, but I didn't say anything. So I had to swallow the bitter medication, drinking it down with some awful water that gave off the taste of chlorine. He has a condition that makes it... Yeah, I was trying. I wonder how much it's real. Hello, laser bears. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Maybe it wasn't Volva's mitten. Maybe it wasn't a mitten at all. Just like the forest monsters. And Olya's owl. Am I going mad? What's happening to me? Either the pill had an immediate effect or my overexerted brain didn't let fear inside anymore. Serenity washed over me, bringing yawny indifference along with it.
Антон, выпил? Можешь, если захочешь.
Anton, are you done? See? You can do it when you try.
Раздевайся. Уснул, что ли?
Take off your coat. Are you asleep?
Нет, мам, просто задумался.
No, Mom. I was just thinking.
Интересно, о чем же?
About what, I wonder?
Так, глупости всякие.
It's just something silly. Mom scrutinized me with suspicious eyes, as if she wasn't sure whether she was looking at her own son and not some doppelganger that came from the forest.
Точно все нормально?
Is everything all right?
У тебя такое лицо было, когда милиционер про окно спросил.
You had that exact same expression when the policeman asked you about the window.
Все нормально, мам.
I'm all right, Mom. She heaved a deep sigh.
Хорошо.
Fine. It seems like the house has changed. The sofa's fabric had become discolored. Fingerprints appeared on the bathroom tiles. Light bulbs also felt different, dimmer and yellower. Even the saliva in my mouth had a different taste. Sorry, I just knocked over my water bottle. Okay, I got it. A melody from Aladdin can be heard from the upper store. Oya was done rewatching her favorite Little Mermaid episodes and switched to the other tapes. I was slowly changed into my home clothes, stopped before the sink, and studied my reflection in the mirror like I was trying to solve one of those spot the difference puzzles. Then I went upstairs. Jafar's and Iago's voices died down. I walked past Olya's bedroom and slipped into my own. Ah. My Triceratops figurine. I know about all sorts of dinosaurs. Velociraptors, Afrovenators. I remember going to the movies to see Jurassic Park back when we still lived in the city and taking pictures of the T-Rex at the hall. It turned its head and roared. It was awesome. And next to it was a Robotech transformer. I love this cartoon. When a jet fighter speeds up in the intro among the sounds of blasting fire, you know your next 20 minutes would surely be amazing. Zentradi space station captured. Rick, get ready for battle. Okay, all right. Triceratops, very based. You love those straight to VHS Disney films? Me too. The older ones especially. Or, well, I mean, only the older ones would go straight to VHS. Yeah, you know what I mean. The forest didn't look as grim during the day. Entangled tree branches in the distance and snowy field between our houses and the forest brought sleepiness to my eyes. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Thank you, fish. Thank you. I do be thirsty. Hold on. I have a sip. Hello, Dragon King. Welcome in. But sometimes I would catch myself looking out the window and the icy treetops instead of doing my homework. Anything else? Did I look at the window? I didn't look here. I've dreamt of becoming an artist since my dad bought me my first comic book. Fly magazine was the coolest. Let's see, what is Fly magazine? The first Soviet and Russian periodic adult comics magazine, extremely popular during the crazy 90s. Thank you for the follow, Dragon King. I hope you enjoy your time in. I really appreciate it. What made the magazine stood out was the refusal to use material from its foreign counterpart. Okay. I especially like the big space-related edition with alien monsters and that funny episode about a Gendrum. I started drawing all kinds of stuff like that since this day, and I seem to be getting pretty good at it. One of my letters even got published in Fly once. Maybe someday they'll publish my own comic? Okay. Here. Monsters, ghosts, UFOs. The Encyclopedia of Paranormal Phenomenon from Rosman Publishing. I've learned about the Loch Ness Monster, Medusa Gorgon, and Bigfoot from there. Hello, Royal. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Hello, hello. Olya is always scared of the book. She could barely handle sifting through the monster and alien sections with me, but the middle part where they start to talk about ghosts really freaked her out. I even remember hunting ghosts after I'd read that book. I measured the distance between items on my table every evening and checked to see if they'd moved due to some supernatural force in the morning that come in the morning. You like the model? Thank you. I drew her and I rigged her myself. I'm glad you like her. They didn't. But to be honest, what was I expecting? To meet Casper the Ghost? All right, let's open this up now. One of the drawers was empty. I hid the mitten there. This simple action drained the last bit of strength from me. I sat on the bed. And then I noticed there was somebody behind the curtains. You're curious what's favorite part about the I like the way I drew the eyes. I think the eyes are my favorite part. Achievement get? Yeah. My tired hand dropped to the sheets. Whether it was due to the medication I took or the stress I underwent, the room began to contort as if the wind was blowing the walls out like a pair of sails. The corners of the room bent and undulated. The only stable thing in the whole room was the figure between the windowsill and the curtains. A flimsy piece of cloth was stuck to my hidden visitor. It reminded me of burial sheets.
Оля,
Olya? Who else could be standing there? I stood up and licked my dried lips.
Оля, очень смешно.
Yeah, Olya, it's so funny. The silhouette was unmoving. Question, do you enjoy hugs? Not from strangers. The silhouette was unmoving. It was enveloped softly by the curtains, as if there was a thick layer of darkness there, not a human being. I reached towards the curtains. Badum, badum, beat my heart, controlled by medication. The wind sang in the field with a chorus of voices. For a second, I wanted to return to the bed, just lie down and watch the person behind the curtain, knowing full well they were looking back at me. They were looking without blinking, waiting for me to fall asleep. Plastic rings wrestled against the holder when I pulled open the curtains. I thought it was gonna be a jump scare, and that made okay.
Да я сразу понял, что это ты.
I knew it was you from the beginning. A blindingly bright halo lit up above Olya's head with the setting sun as the background. My sister was shining. When she was just a baby, Dad used to say that she was shining with happiness. But I always retorted, "But Dad, she's not some flashlight." But I brought her to the window one day, and sunlight poured onto her smiling face. I felt like I was holding a light-woven child.
А я все видела.
I saw everything.
Да ну,
Oh, really?
Что ты спрятал?
What did you hide? She was just like my mom when she was little, before she put on the mask of sadness, of tiredness, her sad mask of tiredness and switched to the commanding tone of voice.
ничего, просто...
It's nothing, just... Olga ran up to the table, her eyes round, and asked,
Ты что-то украл и теперь прячешь?
"You stole something and hid it there?
Ты вор?
Are you a thief?"
Что? Глупая.
What? Don't be stupid.
Ничего я не крал.
I didn't steal anything. Clear image came to mind. That mitten hanging from a tree branch. What if I did steal it after all? From the forest, from the tilted figure standing behind the black trees. Oh, excuse me. Olya could be selfish and stubborn when she wanted.
Покажи тогда.
Then show me.
Поклянись, что никому
Swear
не скажешь.
you won't tell
Тогда
anyone.
покажу.
Then I'll show you. Sorry, I spoke over it a little bit. Olya wore a plotting smile.
Клянусь маминым сердцем.
I swear on Mom's heart. The oath she heard in one of the movies about the pioneers we've watched. Pioneer movement, an umbrella term for communist children organizations existing around the world, somewhat reminiscent of the Scout movement.
Не говори так.
Don't say things like that. Olya nodded and made a gesture, with her hand locking her mouth with an imaginary key. She was filled with curiosity that was splashing in her giant eyes. I opened the drawer and Olya leaned in, holding her breath. "You're gonna lurk because you plan to play this game? Oh, dude, don't worry about it. Take care." It looked like there was not just a simple mitten, but some sort of exotic critter.
Это чья-то варежка?
Is this someone's mitten? She said that as if she couldn't understand what she saw.
Один мальчик потерял. И сам потерялся.
A certain boy lost it and got lost himself.
Теперь понимаешь, как опасно гулять в лесу, особенно детям.
Now, you do understand how dangerous it is for kids to wander into the forest, right?
Ему, наверное, там очень холодно.
He must be really cold out there.
Его найдут?
Will they find him?
Обязательно.
They will.
Участковый по домам ходит, всем фотографию его показывает.
The police are going house to house, showing his photo to everybody. Olya traversed the room with care and pressed her tiny palms against the window.
А почему он по домам ходит, а не по лесу?
And why are they going to the houses and not the forests?
Боится?
Are they scared? The question caught me off guard.
Милиционеры ничего не боятся.
The police aren't scared of anything.
И лес они прочесали.
They've already scouted the forest. Yeah, right, flashed in my clouded mind. But did they really check every nook and cranny where darkness cold and whispers of icy branches dwell? If that's the case, how did they miss the mitten? Or did it appear later, for me? I changed the topic. As if to get Olya as far away as possible from the forest thicket.
Если я сам найду пропавшего мальчика, нам, может, награду дадут.
We may get a reward if I go and find this boy by myself.
Кучу всякого, как в поле чудес.
A lot of stuff, like in Wheel of Fortune. This is coming up, but I think we know. Well, yeah. Yeah, Field of Wonders, a Soviet and Russian TV game show, still running to this day, coming out every Friday, can be described partially as an adapted version of Wheel of Fortune.
Клёво же.
Sounds cool, right? Olya wasn't listening to me. She was piercing the forest with incredibly adult eyes, uncharacteristic for her.
А что, если эта сова его утащила?
What if the owl got him?
Ерунда.
Nonsense!
Не может сова поднять человека.
An owl won't be able to lift a human.
Но вот что...
But, you know what? I was picking my words with utmost care. I forced them out of my overexerted brain.
Ты в лес не суйся. Мне кажется, он какой-то...
Stay away from the forest. I think it's...
Как бы сказать... Проклятый, что ли?
How should I put this? It's cursed or something.
Как в сказке?
Just like in a fairy tale?
Нет, скорее, как на той страшной кассете, что родители прячут.
No, more like in that spooky tape our parents hide from us. Olya shivered and stole a glance at the window. I should go on Wheel of Fortune. A friend is having me on one of her, on her game show. I think fairly soon, if I'm not mistaken. Let me check when. I don't think it's tomorrow. I should check. I should check before I forget. Yeah, I think on the 8th. You hope I win $50,000? Thank you, I hope so too. Olya shivered and stole a glance at the window.
Я видела, как ты убегал.
I saw you running away.
За тобой кто-то гнался?
Someone was chasing you?
Нет, просто, чтобы мама не волновалась, спешил домой.
No, it's just I was hurrying back home, so Mom won't be worried. As I looked at my sister, my heart was tearing apart. She was so fragile. It was so easy to stifle her light. A gust of wind and a small fire, and her small fire would be gone.
Хорошо тебе.
You're lucky.
Меня вот мама не пускает даже на крыльцо.
Mom won't even let me go outside.
Как принцесса в башне сижу.
I'm
Никуда
like a-
не могу выйти.
I'm like a princess in a tower. Can't go anywhere.
Так и умру тут от скуки.
I'll die from boredom here. Oh, 1 second. Give me 1 sec. 1 sec. Okay, sorry. I'm back. Thank you for the hydrate. I will hydrate. My tablet arm is all crooked. I hit my water bottle on the tablet arm. I'm gonna have to fix it later tonight. You're about to go on a jog, so you're drinking a ton? Oh, I hope you have a good jog. I'll die from boredom here.
Не придумывай.
You're wrong.
От скуки еще никто не умирал.
No one has ever died from boredom.
У тебя же есть я и мультики, а мама с папой скоро помирятся.
And you have me and your cartoons, and Mom and Dad will be good to each other soon. Tablet arm? Yes, my desk is pretty small, so I have my tablet on a mounting arm. And the arm is, it's kind of giving out a little bit. I think my tablet is too heavy for the arm because I used it for my old tablet, which was a lot lighter. So I think it's giving out a little bit.
Знаешь, что бы я загадала на следующий день рождения?
You know what I would wish for on my next birthday?
Чтобы родители тоже в детей превратились. И
I'd
мы бы
wish-
все вместе играли, как раньше.
I'd wish for Mom and Dad to turn into children so we could go play together like we used to.
Ага, а если бы они стали размером с жука, то мы бы их в спичечный коробок посадили.
Yeah, and if you make them small as bugs, we could place them in a little box. Olya giggled and tugged at my sleeve.
Тоша, пойдем Аладдина смотреть.
Tosha, let's go watch Aladdin. Fatigue won over my desire to be with my little sister. I was washed over by some heinous apathy.
Вымотался я. Что-то не хочется.
I'm too tired. I don't want to.
Ну пойдем.
Come on!
Мне скучно одной, а мама занята все время.
It's so boring alone, and Mom is always busy.
Можно выбрать другой мультик, который ты еще не видел.
We can pick a cartoon you haven't seen before.
Да я все наши кассеты наизусть знаю.
I know all our tapes by heart at this point.
А вот и не все. Ты Питера Пэна не видел.
Not all of them. You haven't watched Peter Pan.
Помнишь, ты уснул на середине?
Remember how you fell asleep in the middle of it? Just sleep while watching? Yeah, exactly. That way you can be with your sister and have a little nap.
А там потом такое. Ну пойдем.
And so much happens after that. Let's go. Let's go.
Давай попозже.
Maybe a bit later.
Рассказать тебе, чем все закончилось?
Should I tell you how it ends?
Утром расскажешь.
Let's leave that for tomorrow.
Утром не захочу.
I won't tell you tomorrow.
Придумала. А давай в прятки.
I know. Let's play hide and seek.
Нет, Оль.
No, yeah.
Тогда нарисуй мне динозавра.
Then draw me a dino.
Оля, блин.
Oh, yeah, please.
Нарисуй, нарисуй.
Draw it. Draw it.
Да оставь ты меня в покое!
Leave me alone already. Oh, no. I blurted it out without thinking, and I was immediately taken aback. She's so cute. I understand that he's really not feeling good. Like, I get it, but she is adorable. I'd never screamed at my little sister like that. Olya stared back at me in shock, her lips trembling, a precursor to tears. My chest was seething with disgust and embarrassment. What's happening to me? I hurried to prevent Olya from crying.
Ладно, уболтала. Давай смотреть мультики.
All right.
Только недолго.
You win. Let's go watch cartoons for a bit.
Уже не хочу.
I don't wanna. I came up to her. I put my hand on her soft head.
Пойдем.
Let's go.
Питера Пэна посмотрим.
Let's go watch Peter Pan.
Ага, ты опять уснешь.
Boo, you'll fall asleep again. I smiled and lifted her chin. Her eyes were wet and felt bottomless.
Не усну, обещаю.
No, I promise I
Потом я тебе целого
won't.
трицератопса нарисую.
And I'll draw you a full Triceratops later. I guess it doesn't count if he's asleep while he's watching. Hooray! Triceratops?
Ну, почти.
Oh, no. My phone assistant activated. Well, close enough. Olya rubbed her eyes with the sleeve of her pajamas through a shining smile returned to her face.
Давай ты пока кассеты перемотаешь, а я у мамы попрошу сгущенки с хлебом.
I'll go ask Mom for condensed milk and bread, and you rewind the tape.
Только утром свежие привезли, как ты любишь.
The bread is fresh, just how you like it.
Неси, только аккуратнее, а то разольешь.
All right. Just be careful not to spill the milk,
Опять ругаться будут.
or you'll be yelled at again.
Спорим, не разолью.
Wanna bet I won't spill it?
Кассета где-то в тумбочке. Поищи пока.
The tape is somewhere in the nightstand. Look for it. Olya disappeared into the doorway, and I dragged my feet into the neighboring room. Nightstand? Ooh, piggy bank. A piggy bank. Olya is saving money for a real puppy because Dad said taking care of him will take a lot of money. Cute. Olya has countless toys. An old teddy bear is the main attraction here. Olya doesn't sleep without it. I don't sleep without my teddy bear either, and I'm an adult. She digs her nose into its fur when she sleeps. The scary window where Olya sees that accursed owl every night lurking in the dark. Olya keeps curtains open during the day, but as soon as the twilight comes, she shuts them tight so she wouldn't see the pair of hungry eyes outside. The old photon TV was gathering dust in the corner. All that was left was clicking the button on the front panel. The tube warmed up, and a familiar white noise started dancing on the black screen. I almost reached out to turn on the VCR when the noise calmed down and a blurry image appeared for a moment. It was a dark taiga forest, just like the one outside my window. The picture split the screen in half. Something creepy resembling human speech was coming out of the speaker. Just a few minutes later, the scenery was again overshadowed by noise. Did it catch some rogue signal? Local TV station only showed Soviet cartoons, and even that was pretty rare. And only recently, I used to always watch Robotech before school. It was so awesome. Maybe I should tinker with the antenna? What if I catch this channel again? On the other hand, Oya asked me to find the tape. It wouldn't be nice to disappoint her. But in my sleepy strength, I didn't have the strength to do all of it. Ooh, I don't know. You sleep with the 2-foot-tall penguin? You forgot it at home, though, so recently you've been managing without it? Yeah, whenever I don't have my stuffed bear, usually I have to wad up, like, some blankets or clothes in place. You're back. Did you miss something cool? Welcome back. I think something is likely going to happen. Do we... Oh... I don't want to disappoint Oya. Can I save? Hold on, let's save. Do we see if we can catch the signal, or do we get the movie? Listen, I'm not above save scumming. I'm really not. I think let's... See, the thing is, I'm really curious, and Oya can find the tape herself, right? She can come back with milk, right? And then she can rewind the tape, right? So I want to know. I'm so fucking curious. But what if Oya comes back and the TV is scary and let's be good to Oya. I sifted through the shelves full of dolls and blue hippos from Kinder Surprise. I found the tape I needed thanks to its shabby spine. I got the black rectangle from its box. The tape inside it rustled when rewinding to the beginning. The rustle was lulling me to sleep. Drowsiness attacked me while I was squatting before the TV. Images whirled in my head, me and Oya flying above the forest, tumbling in the soft clouds. My little sister is laughing, but her smiles become more and more forced with every passing second. I notice that the clouds underneath us, burying the bristly pine tops. Swampy darkness slurped among the trees. The wings are no longer able to hold us in Oya.
Ты не смотришь без меня?
You haven't started without me, have you? My sister brought the tray with unevenly cut bread and a whole can of condensed milk. I rubbed my eyes.
Садись.
No, come sit.
Мама с папой опять ругаются.
Mom and Dad are arguing again.
У них сейчас период такой.
They're going through rough times.
Глупый какой-то период.
Rough times are lame. On the screen, Wendy was hiding Peter Pan's shadow into the dresser. Oya was entertained by the cartoonish dog Nana.
Может, и нам родители собачку купят?
Maybe Mom and Dad will buy us a dog too?
Ага, как же.
Yeah, right.
В Небыляндии у меня будет своя собственная собака. И кошка. И попугайчик.
Sorry if I yawned and I made you yawn. Usually I try to mute if I yawn. I'll have my own dog in the Neverland, and a cat, and a parrot. Oya smeared a slice of bread with thick, condensed milk and handed it to me.
А у тебя все молочные зубы выпали?
Have you lost all your baby teeth?
Конечно.
Obviously. Oya frowned, deep in thought.
У Питера Пэна зубы молочные.
Peter Pan has baby teeth?
Вдруг со взрослыми зубами тебя не пустят в его страну?
What if they won't let you go to his land with adult teeth?
Мы что-нибудь обязательно придумаем.
We'll think of something.
Попросим папу исправить тебе возраст в паспорте.
We'll ask Dad to alter your age in the passport.
С чего это папа будет документы подделывать?
And why would Dad forge documents? Olya took a bite from the sandwich and started talking with her mouth full.
Будет, будет.
He
Мама
would.
говорила, что он так делал.
I heard mom
I'm
say
so
they
sure.
did that before. I didn't yawn, and then you said I yawned, and then you yawned. Fuck, I'm sorry. Oh, fuck. Fuck!
Смотри, уши вырастут, как у Дамбо.
You'll grow ears as big as Dumbo's. Olya got worried and touched her ear. I smiled to myself. My little sister was silent now. She just devoured a bread, watching the adventures of Peter Pan, Tinker Bell, and James Hook. As if she got sucked into the fairy tale Neverland. To be honest, I also imagined myself there in a land where nobody ages, where nobody argues over little things, where nobody listens to fights and the sound of broken plates at night. Okay, I'm not gonna read those messages to keep. It's fine. It felt like dreaming with my eyes still open. Fuck, I have to. Just thinking about it. Okay, never mind. Oh shit! Wait a minute. Then my sister's scream pulled me back to reality.
Тоша, скорее, штору задерни.
Tosha, shut the curtains fast.
Зачем?
Why?
Никто же на тебя не смотрит.
No one's watching you.
Уже темно, а когда темнеет, прилетает сова.
It's dark, and when the dark comes, the owl comes. The dark. I'm scared. I got out of bed, fighting my drowsiness, and closed the curtain. But Claire. I'm trying not to yawn into the microphone. Close the curtain. I did my best not to look outside towards the treetops, towards the taiga forest, which seemingly drew closer and closer. Of course, it was just a visual effect from the shadows of branches scraping the snow.
Тоша, мама думает, что я напридумывала про сову.
Tosha, Mom thinks I made the owl up.
И папа считает, что раз я маленькая, это значит врушка.
And Dad, too, thinks I'm a liar since I'm small.
Сова есть.
But the owl exists.
Вот честная-пречестная, есть она.
Honestly, it does.
Ты же мне веришь,
You do believe me, right?
что она там и каждую ночь прилетает и...
That it comes every night and... I swiftly grabbed Olya's hand and looked her in the eyes. I was trying to transfer at least some of my courage and determination. But I really have those qualities? The art style is good. It is so good. Oh my gosh. I cannot praise it enough.
Я тебе верю, слышишь?
Yes, I believe you, all right?
Ты только родителям больше не рассказывай про сову.
Just don't nag our parents about it anymore.
У них и так хлопот по горло, они только рассердятся.
They're already dealing with a lot, so they'll just get mad at
Ты
you.
мне говори, если что случится.
Come and tell me if anything happens.
И в окно не смотри.
And don't look out the window. She's not a liar, she's just scared of the dark. Yeah, it seems so harsh to call a little girl a liar when she's just scared. I don't know.
Но она хочет, чтобы я смотрела.
But it wants me to look.
Перехочет.
Doesn't matter.
Притворись, что ее нет и не было никогда, что она выдумка, как родители говорят.
Act like it doesn't exist and never existed. Like it's made up, just like Mom and Dad
И
say.
ждать надоест, она улетит.
It'll get tired of waiting and fly away. We followed Peter Pan's adventures as if nothing had happened, as if the forest didn't kidnap kids, as if our parents weren't tearing each other apart bit by bit. Captain Hook was running away from a crocodile, and Peter Pan was headed to London on a gilded sailboat. By some miracle, I lasted longer than my little sister. Olya's eyelids had dropped, and she started snoring lightly, resting her chin on the side of the bed. I stood up and left Olya's room. I was looking out the window, studying the field, when Mom peeked into my room.
Довольно баловства.
Enough playing around.
Завтра первый день в школе.
It's your first day of school tomorrow.
Ложись, тебе надо выспаться.
Go to bed. You should sleep properly. You know how to say crocodile in Russian? Is it hard?
Не хочешь же ты, чтобы тебя все дразнили Соней?
You don't want to be teased for being sleepy, right? Adults think everything is so simple. as if sleep would ensure my classmates would like me. I covered myself with a blanket up to my neck and listened to the house humming, to something invisible rustling in the corners. My inner voice had a question for me. Do I want to hear that mysterious flute again? Nah, it's just pronounced crocodile. Ultraviolet light, is that the spelling in Russian for crocodile? Yes or no? Maybe it's just a part of growing up, and I can't fully understand my own desires. The forest wailed behind the barrier that was my walls. Some ethereal entity wandered the fields. Branches shook as if calling to me. The wind howled on and on in the night. My thoughts were like annoying flies that entered my head before becoming weak and tangled. I didn't notice how I fell into a slumber. It has come, after all. The day I feared most. The first day of a new school term. Episode 2, Time to Play with You. Okay, give me 1 second. I think I want to go until... Well, let me save. I'll save here. I want to go for another hour. Give me a second. Good night, you have to go? Glad you could stop by. I'm glad you could stop by too. Have a good rest and good luck. Good luck with everything, Cole Paleontology. Good luck, good luck, good luck. Let me see something. Hold on. Give me a sec. I think let's keep going until the next hour mark. That's my voice. That's the sound of my own voice. Wonderful. Let's see. Okay, let's keep going until the hour mark. I want to keep going until the hour mark. All right, let's continue. Let's keep reading. We can stop at any point, right? Let's go. The Silly Goose Parade called. They're coming to pick me up. I've been waiting for them this whole time. I have my little bag and my lunchbox. I'm ready to go. Please come pick me up, Silly Goose Parade. I'm scared. All right. New school, new teachers, and most importantly, new classmates who I always have trouble connecting with. Like most other kids with glasses, probably. I forced myself to get out of my warm bed. Dad would usually drive me to my old school, but this morning the bedroom of my parents was silent. Did they sleep in? Maybe it was a good thing. I didn't want to get the daddy's boy reputation from day one. My parents were probably still tucked in, dreaming about the good old days when everything was so simple and easy. Sweet dreams, even if far removed from reality. I silently sneaked out into the first floor so I wouldn't wake anybody up, especially the peacefully sleeping Ulya. I did my best to step on the middle of every floorboard. I used to play like this even in the old apartment. If my soles touched the space between the floorboards, it counted as stepping in lava. I think all kids do that. I think most kids do that. The clock was spurring me on with its hands. I need to hurry. Faster, faster. I was too fast, so I needed to circle the hallway once again. Hello, LeFou. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Good to see you, buddy. Boiling lava was now bursting out of the cracks between floorboards. I needed to watch my step to survive at any cost. Hippity-hop, like a frog jumping on molehills, like a fearful bunny in a grove full of wolves. Not like we still do it now. I do it subconsciously, I think, even when I don't mean to. I made a sandwich in the kitchen, shoved it down my throat, and drank it down with cold tea. My appetite was as good as of someone being led up by the scaffold towards the guillotine. Oh, I lowered my gaze and one of my feet was standing on the two floorboards at the same time. Burnt to a crisp, huh? I moved my foot. Disgusting little snakes writhed in my belly. The fear of getting hit and being called nasty names. The clock ticked. I need to go. It was dark outside, fitting for an early winter morning. The darkness never fully left houses around here. I took my time tying my shoes, buttoning up the puffy down jacket, trying to delay my unpleasant exit into the semi-dark, into unnerving unknown. I rubbed my glasses for good luck, though I couldn't remember a single time these thick pieces of glass brought me any good fortune. Off we go! Ooh, ooh! The sky was akin to a giant bruise. On the east side of it, a black cloud was swelling up. It licked the stars from the sky and extinguished the rising sun. Oh, one sec. Okay, sorry. Darkness was plastered all over the treetops. Hello, Cloud Knight. You know what? We did just happen to call. The cautious cries of birds got tangled up in the thicket. I locked the front door with a long key I wore around my neck. My parents made me wear this noose, afraid that I, being a total klutz that I am, could lose the key otherwise. I wear my key around my neck too, like my house key and my car keys. I get way too worried about losing my keys. I lost my keys once at Costco, and I cried in the parking lot. So that was so embarrassing. Oh, it was the game? Never mind. Oh, I thought you were being silly. Sorry. I didn't mean to accidentally summon you. You bet Miku is in the forest? I should go look. I think we are about to go look. The wind whizzed on the other side of the gate and invited me into my new life towards dubious adventures. And tagged alone like an old buddy pushing me in the back. Wide shadows that pines threw out covered a third of the clearing. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, I hid my nose in the coat's collar. I was squeezing through the thin firebreak, my hair ruffled up and my back hunched over. Tall trees stood on both sides of the tiny trail. The snowy blanket rustled under my feet, and the canopy intertwined branches above my head cut me off from the already sparse starlight. The knight had no plans of moving away from the forest. The mom was really concerned about him going out into the forest by himself during the day, during daylight hours. But like, he's allowed to go into the forest and walk to school by himself. I know that the dad was supposed to take him, and he was glad that the dad didn't. But like, I feel like, I don't know. In this darkness, trees reminded me of shaggy old women that smelled of burial earth. Their trunks turned into cracked, wrinkled faces with holes in the middle of their mouths. If I lost focus even for a moment, mold-covered witches would drag me into the forest's depths. Then my parents would be walking around these parts, screaming my name. But the dead can't answer the living. Or can they? A sense of panic was growing in my chest. I was fine with Dad carrying me into school in his hands by now if it saved me from watching the darkness rise up in the ravines like black dough. It felt like someone jumped into the bushes behind me, so I turned around. As soon as I started walking faster, I heard the snow squeak behind me. The forest took a deep breath with its giant lungs. The windfall cracked. The wind and the birds were left behind in the field. Now I could only hear the forest creak. I walked, listening closely, and the unseen presence grew stronger. As if someone was following me, trying to match the pace of my footsteps. I turned my head so fast it made my neck crunch. A tiny trail behind me disappeared into the darkness. Tree branches overlapped, forming a natural tunnel.
Есть здесь кто?
Who's there? The question escaped my lips and dissolved into the unending creaking sound of the wooden idols, the pines around me. Why did I think going through the forest alone was a good idea? I'm either going mad, or someone had intentionally lured me away from home. Logic is a made-up yes. This poor boy! Distant lights granted me a smidgen of hope. A country road! I ran there as fast as I could. As if afraid that the trail will shrink, clawed hands will grip me by the shoulders, turn me around, and make me look at the faces of hungry forest ensigns. denizens. In the end, nobody stopped me. I almost flew to the decrepit wooden bridge, disbelieving my luck. The bridge's supports bathed in a spring, tarry and ice cold. I put my hands on my knees and looked up at the forest, then snorted, trying to calm my breathing. The thicket was pretending to be asleep. It looked peaceful, lifeless. The remaining part of my commute lay through a snow-laden road, illuminated by sparse lamplights. I chased away bad thoughts and ran as fast as I could, from one circle of light to another, seeking protection from electric lamps. Okay. Sorry, I just got a pop-up from... Just like in that game where you need to be the first to proclaim, I'm protected. What game? Oh, tag! Oh, okay, we know what tag is. Wait. A kid's game where one player needs to tag other players by touching them with their hand, making them it. In certain zones, normally called the ghoul, players can stay safe from tagging. It's just in this case that protection was flimsy at best, with darkness writhing outside its bounds. Seeking protection against electric pop-ups. Yeah, on my last stream, it was a Mozilla Firefox pop-up. I installed it because after my last stream where I did a collab, I learned the hard way that you need Firefox or Opera to share chat. And with my download speed, I couldn't download Firefox, so it had to wait. And it was fine, but I was getting pop-ups from Firefox. This game kind of reminds you of another Russian comedy called Monsters of Little Haven. I haven't heard of it. Hold on, I'll copy it so I can look at it later. Wait! No, I think I have heard of this. I just haven't seen much of it. The visual seems familiar. All right, let's keep reading. It has S-tier narrator voice. Oh, maybe I'll play it on stream. That way I don't need to narrate. It's just in this case that protection was flimsy at best. Okay. Then I noticed something remarkably eerie. Sir? He's not jorking it, is he? In a place where the light from an inclined lamp couldn't reach, a hairy, crooked shadow came alive with a guttural roar. Oh no. Oh no. It almost felt like its features deterred light. Its unnatural pose instilled fear. Oh, Jesus. But the shadow didn't disappear and got even closer. My insides were gripped by horror. I stepped back and almost fell into a snow pile. The black silhouette, on the other hand, straightened up and addressed me in a sweet voice.
Чего крадешься? Душу мою украсть хочешь?
Sneaking around, huh? Trying to steal my soul? Words got stuck in my throat. Who could be talking in such a silky voice here between the forest and the dormant village?
Чего молчишь, несмышленыш?
Will you say something, dummy?
Язык вырвали?
A cat got your tongue?
Слушай,
All
я
right.
тебе еще и нос откушу.
Oh, I'll bite your nose off then.
Будешь знать, как совать его в чужие дела.
That'll teach you to poke it in places it doesn't belong. A girl stood before me, judging from the voice and silhouette. But I couldn't even reprimand myself for getting scared by a girl before noticing a gaping mouth under her hood with something dangerously shiny inside. What? I was stunned. It is a furry! From the cavity of her hood, a frighteningly real fox face was staring right at me. It's just her jaws weren't moving and her eyes weren't blinking. A mask! It's just a girl with a fox mask on. At least I wanted to think that. After a surprise like that, a nervous smile involuntarily crept onto my face. It's actually a furry!
А я
I was just...
просто в школу иду, а тут
going to school, and then you.
Что я?
What about me?
Никогда не видел, как лиса собаку кормит?
Never seen a fox feed a dog? Oh, okay. And indeed, there was a small dog circling the girl's legs. One of the strays that was chasing me yesterday, probably.
Извини, я не хотел.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. After hearing my voice, the dog whimpered, lowered its ears, sniffed me out, then started wagging its tail. I guess I still smelled of bologna that I ate for breakfast. I was shifting my gaze back and forth from the dog to the girl. She didn't seem scary anymore, just weird.
Значит, не хотел.
So you didn't mean to, huh?
Как тебя зовут?
What's your name?
Меня Антон,
I'm Anton.
а тебя?
And you?
А меня нет.
And I'm not. Okay. She's weird. Definitely has a couple screws loose. Also, Sin, welcome in. Welcome. But she has a nice voice. My astonishment has turned into a mix of happiness and relief. This girl I didn't know was definitely a human, even if a bit eccentric. I was also a bit angry at myself. The foxy girl was walking around through the darkness without a problem, and I shuddered from every little sound. I could just walk away, but this girl had piqued my interest. The next time a police officer asks me about my friends at the new place, I'll tell them that I befriended a talking fox.
Ты здесь живешь?
Do you live around here?
В поселке?
In the village. The fox giggled and purred. Okay, don't purr. She spun around so hard the helm of her coat lifted up.
Нет, глупый.
No, dummy.
Лисы не живут в поселках.
Foxes don't live in villages.
Хочешь сказать, ты живешь в лесу?
So you live in the forest then?
Из какой норы ты вылез?
Have you been living under a rock?
Конечно. Лисам среди людей не выжить,
It's obvious that foxes can't survive anywhere near humans,
пока они лисы.
as long as they're foxes. Her jokes were also weird. Just like her carnival mask. Paper mache with fur glued to it. Ooh. A dog reminded us of its existence with a loud bark. I unfastened my backpack. Dad would sometimes throw food in there without my knowledge. Cookies, apples, or even my favorite crab sticks. He called it a gift from the bunny. Treat from the bunny, the uneaten part of a business lunch or a treat specifically brought for children. Parents would tell their children that a bunny asked them to deliver the treat, but it could also be any other animal, a squirrel or a bear for an example. The stray rolled towards me with mincing footsteps, with a pleading look in its eyes. The fox did definitely treat it to something, but it was probably still hungry.
Зачем ты так вырядилась с утра пораньше?
Crab sticks? A crab stick sound really good. I want crab. Every time you guys come in here and mention food, I want the things that you tell me. Oh my gosh, crab leg sounds so good. Why are you dressed like that so early in the morning?
На утренник идешь?
Going to a costume party? Ooh! The girl shrugged, throwing silvery snowflakes off of her nose. And her human form along with them, turning into a genuine beast. A real fox, agile, cunning, dangerous. A moment of hesitation and you'll be ripped to shreds. She'll tear you up and gulp you down without breaking a sweat. I couldn't help but just stand there as a stump. Until I heard her calm, melodic laughter, hidden underneath the beastly mask. Jesus!
Ты свою маску, сладенький.
I wish you could have seen your own mask, sweetie. Did she say sweetie? I got embarrassed, went right up to my hair roots. We've seen a fox in a zoo once when we went there with Dad, but it had patchy fur and it was gray and skinny. But this girl was of a fiery color and furry, just like in fairy tales. I was still rummaging through my backpack. My fingers that were searching for the dog's treat stumbled upon some soft, crumpled object.
Ничего,
You'll see.
скоро проснутся настоящие звери.
The real beasts will wake up soon. Yeah, no. Definitely furry.
Спроси-ка лучше у них, где они взяли свои человеческие лица.
You should ask them where they got their human faces. The girl's shadow was dancing in the lamp's light. The dog yapped in agreement. I freaked out and dropped my finding in the snow without getting a proper chance to examine it. Cold wind instantly covered the hole it created with snow. The dog rushed to dig it out, wanting to get its treat. And the fox just snorted. So now I was embarrassed, wanting to sink through the snow. It was still dark outside at the electric circle. On the contrary, the darkness seemed even more thick. No, this isn't a dating sim. This is I think it's just a horror visual novel. All the neighboring houses were sleeping deeply in its inkiness. I did my best to continue the conversation with the weird girl I didn't know.
Так ты в школу идешь?
So, are you going to school?
Ах, ну какой же дурачок!
Oh my, you are a real dummy.
Так ничего и не понял.
Don't you get it? Well, I was trying to be friendly, but you can't stop mocking me. Calling me a dummy and all. I should just move along without paying any attention to this weirdo and her stupid dog.
А ты чего обзываешься?
Why are you so mean?
Не хочешь отвечать, и пожалуйста.
Don't answer if you don't want to.
Никто не требует.
It's not like I care. Still, something froze me in place, tugged me towards the dark figure. A mysterious appearance, her voice that was velvety and just languid enough. I was intrigued and excited. I watched her as people watch fires burn.
Ой, да не дуйся.
Oh, stop pouting.
Гляди-ка лучше.
Look here.
Ты нравишься Жульке.
Zulka took a liking to you. Oh, the dog. The dog was digging through the snow with sharp movements, snoring loudly. The fox turned around and looked at the windows of a nearby house as its timbered front through the white mist. The tip of her fake nose was shining underneath the lamp's light.
И не только ей.
And maybe someone else too. I went red, like a boiled crayfish this time. Is she talking about herself or someone else? I hoped that the semi-dark would be enough to hide my embarrassment from the girl. I cleared my throat before asking,
А кому еще я нравлюсь?
and who is that person? I waited, counting my heartbeat. The fox didn't reply. Her sly stare was scanning the frosty patterns of somebody's windows. She was reading them like a glass book. I wonder what she can see in those winter paintings. The stray stopped rummaging through the snow. It ran to me, holding my object in her jaws. A mitten. Could it be the one that I found in the forest? What's it doing here? When I looked closer, I realized it was just my mitten. Maybe Mom stuffed it in there when I was asleep. A certain missing boy immediately came to mind.
Эй, ты знаешь что-нибудь про Вову?
Hey, do you know anything about Vova? I imagine the scene. Dancing silhouettes. In the clearing. The dance on the night when Vova had disappeared. A boy who, when found, can provide a big reward and maybe save my family. I remembered my birthday, when our parents were supposed to take me and Olya to Disneyland in Paris. But instead of a long-anticipated gift, they gave me a simple brick game console, vividly embarrassed. I was crying my eyes out back then, demanding to take me to the promised amusement park. That was the first time when Mom and Dad had a big fight. My greediness shattered their relationship. No, you were a kid! If only I could fix everything, gather everybody I love, and take them to Disneyland.
В ночь, когда пропал Вова, я, кажется, видел, как кто-то похожий на тебя плясал под моим окном.
On the night Vova disappeared, I think I saw someone looking like you dancing under my window. It couldn't be true, but I felt her mask become more sly. The fox was sniffing me out!
А что? Ты тогда испугался?
Ah, that got you worried?
За себя или кого-то еще?
For yourself or for someone else? Oh yeah, as soon as I thought about my sister, my chest tightened and a cold sweat streamed down my spine.
Ну так слушай меня внимательно, мальчик по имени Антон.
Well, listen closely, a boy named Anton.
Это большой и страшный лес.
This is a big and scary forest. The fox girl stepped forward menacingly.
И я не единственный его обитатель.
And I'm not its only tenant.
Другие звери уже знают о тебе.
The other beasts already know about you.
Берегись нас. Этой ночью
Beware,
опять придем.
we'll come again tonight. I shouldn't have talked to this evil in child form, I thought, panicking.
Пока ты со своей семьей будешь спать, подкрадемся близко-близко и станцуем.
When you and your parents will be fast asleep, we'll sneak in close and dance.
Макарену!
Чё?
Ah? She's sniffing your stinky sweat. She is! Back off!
Эй, Макарена! У тебя прямо челюсть отвисла, Антоша!
Look at you. Your mouth is agape, Anton.
Видел он меня ночью у своего окна. Ага, как же!
He saw me near his window at night. Yeah, right.
А ты случаем не местный дурачок, нет?
Are you, by any chance, a dimwit?
Меня не отпускают гулять так поздно.
Nobody would let me go outside that late.
Здесь, знаешь ли, дети пропадают.
Children go missing here, you know. I touched the plastic frame of my glasses, puzzled by her silly joke. Oh. She got me scared to death.
Ой, да не тереби ты окуляры свои.
Hey, why don't you stop fondling your glasses?
Я раньше тоже близорукой была.
I was also nearsighted once.
Лучше послушай меня. Может быть, ума наберешься.
Listen to me and maybe you'll become smarter.
Лисичку как обычно называют?
Remember what do they call foxes?
Плутовка?
Cunning. My words seem to hurt her.
Ох ты ж!
Hey! What did you?
Ой, прости.
Sorry. Her laughter was akin to the jingle of a pair of silver bells.
Да шучу я!
Just pulling your leg.
Конечно, плутовкой.
Of course we're cunning.
Если ты
If you're agile and brave enough to befriend a cunning fox, I'll help you look for your vulva.
Это ты же неспроста его ищешь.
They call her cunty, probably. Probably! She kind of is. There's a reason why you're doing it, right? I shrugged in reply. Her insight was alarming.
Знаю, почему дети повадились соваться в наш лес.
I know why children have been swarming our forest recently.
Порой там можно найти много всякого интересного.
Sometimes you can find a lot of interesting stuff there.
Я вот однажды нашла целый сугроб конфет и купалась в нем. Да так что челюсть слиплась.
One day, I saw a huge pile of candy once, and I swam in it until my jaws cramped. A pile of candy? I couldn't deduce whether she believed in what she was saying from the tone of her voice. I showed her another smile, a fake one this time.
Смотрите-ка, какой недоверчивый.
Boo! So wary.
Ну-ну, а что ты на это скажешь?
Well, what will you say to this then? She held out her hand in a furry mitten. There was an assortment of sweets in her palm. In a city where I used to live, sweets like that were sold in markets or kiosks. Kiosk, small container, type shop selling a wide assortment of products from bubblegum to vodka, clothing, even home appliances. These types of shops were popular in 90s Russia and more often than not tied to criminal organizations. I didn't realize that kiosk was a Russian word. I saw my favorite bubblegum in a vivid wrapper among the tasty treasure. A familiar name was on it, Turbo. A triangular fox face poked her nose towards me.
Угощайся.
Take some.
У меня их полные карманы.
My pockets are full of these. Alcohol? Ooh! I kind of want to take the candy. Can I save? I kind of want to take it because I feel like befriending her is probably a good idea. Take? I'm thinking take. I'm thinking take because I feel like... And it's his favorite candy. What are the fucking odds, right? What do you think, Cloud Knight? What do you think? What are your thoughts? Pico, don't take candy from strangers. Fuck! But the favorite, but like, I feel like she could help. She could help find Volvo, right? Famous last words. Ooh, my finger really hurts. Hold on, I need to put some cream on it. Candy or not to take candy. Well, like, what are the odds that she's like, that she comes? Well, like, she's gonna take me if I take candy. Well, okay, but like, if she takes me, I made a save so I can go back. What's the worst that could happen, right? What's the worst that could happen? She's not a stranger. She introduced herself to. This is true. This is true. If she's any type of non-human for real, then the MC already gave his real name. That's true too. Like, I feel like the damage is done, right? I'm not young. No. Listen, the damage is done, right? Right? Listen, it's delicious candy. The favorite candy, Turbo. I accepted the treat and catching a whiff of the girl's smell. Fur, fireworks, and citrus. The smell of holidays. My fingers tingled while I was carefully unwrapping the gum. Peachy aromas entered my nostrils, and something else, unfamiliar but pleasant. Shh. The fruity cube ended up in my mouth. I started moving my molars, chewing the gum. Do we need to go back to its previous state? It tasted like your usual Turkish gum, only my mouth went a bit numb. Oh no! Huh? I couldn't believe my luck after opening the insert. Bubblegum insert games. The type of game where players put bubblegum inserts on their palm and try to flip it by throwing it in the air. The player who happens to flip one or more inserts claims them as their prize. Those inserts were often considered collectibles. I looked at a Mercedes-Benz, an extremely rare and hence desirable collector's item for any boy in my previous neighborhood. Boxwoman, your bribery is insulting to my ears and damaging to my sight. Keep such to yourself! Also, you were stuck in ads. We took the candy. I'm sorry, Cloud Knight. We took the candy. Also, Phantasmagoria, hello, welcome in. I don't think I said welcome. I don't see it. Sometimes I forget to say welcome, but welcome in. Welcome. My heart skipped a beat. I was barely able to tear my eyes off the insert, still stunned. This...
Теперь понял, что можно найти в лесу?
Now, do you see what can be found in the forest?
Только на твоем месте я бы туда в одиночку не ходила.
Still, I wouldn't go there alone if I were you.
Тебе вон от жвачки в забу дыханье сперла.
You get so flustered over simple bubblegum after all.
А представляешь, что с тобой будет,
It is a nice car.
найдешь чемодан таких фантиков?
Imagine what would happen if you find a travel case worth of these.
Голову напрочь снесет.
That'll surely blow your mind. Unusual treats. Just like everything else about her. Ooh. I feel like maybe we shouldn't have taken it. I carefully hid the insert in my bag as if I was putting a rare butterfly in a can. The fox giggled. This is not how things are supposed to go on a Monday morning. Who are you? I refrained from asking that question. She wouldn't answer anyway, or she'll just lie. Hold on, I'm tempted to check the achievements to see like what percentage of people pick I don't know if I can find it. Actually, I shouldn't look at the achievements. There's probably going to be spoilers. I'll look later. We'll keep going. I really wanted to see what's behind her mask. I was becoming more and more sure that underneath it wasn't just a simple girl.
Может, Вова тоже нашел сугроб сладостей и теперь кувыркается в нем?
What if Volvo found a snow pile of sweets and is now rolling around in it?
Слушай, вдруг он решил остаться в лесу?
Actually, what if he decided to stay in the forest?
Тогда, наверное, ему очень холодно.
He must be so
в
cold
одиночку.
without his second mitten then. The wind caught her words like smoke from a fire and carried them deep into the darkness, into the creepy thicket. The trees behind me creaked with their bony branches.
Или с ним что-то случилось в пути.
Or what if something happened to him along the way?
Что-то страшное.
Something terrible. The forest reacted to her words, became alive. It sniffed me out, perking up its ears, just like a curious beast. The fox girl perceived me with her eyes again.
Дикие звери?
Wild beasts?
Это, по-твоему, страшно?
You find it that scary?
Ну, не знаю.
Well, I don't know.
Не знает.
He doesn't know.
Уж не с двоечником ли я подружилась?
Oh my, have I befriended a dunce? I didn't like being called a dunce, yet being friends with her sounded quite nice. Oh my god.
Я фашист.
My grades are good.
Бел да пушист.
Really now?
Пойдешь со мной? Хорошист Антон.
Will you come with me, good grades, Anton?
Найдем твоего Вову и сам его спросишь, что он нашел в этой пуще.
We'll find your friend Volva, and you'll be able to ask him what he found deep in the forest.
Ведь пока мы вместе, никто тебя в лесу не тронет.
As long as you're with me, nothing can hurt you in the forest.
Вот увидишь.
You'll see. Ooh, worms of worry writhed into my belly. Better run, whispered my
Я
mind.
тебе не верю.
I don't believe you.
Ты думаешь, я врунья?
Do you take me for a liar?
Да и пожалуйста, мне никогда никто не верит.
Oh, whatever. You're just like everybody else. The girl sounded hurt, although I didn't know if she was genuine about it. She turned around as if she had immediately lost all interest in me. The gum felt bitter now. I remember my dad's favorite saying, "Where are your manners, son?" Indeed, this fox was kind to me.
Не обижайся, пожалуйста.
Please don't get mad.
Лисы бывают и добрыми.
Foxes can also be
Ну,
nice,
как в сказках.
like in fairy tales.
Мне бы только понять, что ты за лиса.
I just need to know what kind of fox you are. The girl giggled, hiding her nose in her mask of her hands.
Тогда пойдем со мной в лес, и ты все обо мне узнаешь.
Then follow me into the forest and you'll get to know me.
Но не сейчас, а когда рассветет. А то тебя, бедного, всего аж потряхивает.
Not right now, when it gets bright. I mean, your whole body is shaking, you poor thing. This is so suspicious. Taking the gum, the potentially poisoned gum, is one thing. My ass is not surviving. No, I'm fucking
Выглядеть
cooked.
Андрашка хватит.
I don't want you to get a stroke.
Айда, провожу тебя до школы.
Hey, let me accompany you to school. Ah! After hearing this, the dog barked in agreement and stopped messing with the mitten. I leaned in, trying to grab the piece of handwear that almost ran away from me. You come back from taking a shower, and the first thing you see is a furry! We don't know if she's a
Ну,
furry. We
если
think she's
тебе
a
по
furry.
пути,
Dogs can be trusted, though. This is also true. Well, if we're going in the same direction... Oops. And we went towards the school and lost the dawn. And the lost dawn, yep. Here and there, the lights came on in windows of houses we passed, as if inhabitants were sending us warning signs. Silhouettes lurked behind curtains, dogs let out occasional barks. Spirals of gray smoke rose from chimneys, TVs bustled, and dishes clanged in kitchens. We watched the village slowly rise from its slumber while slowly treading on snowy wheel trails. I walked in the left one and she took the right one. The dog was following right behind us. She's a furry. Yeah. I expected the fox to bring up something weird again, but she stayed silent all the way to school, as if playing some game only she was privy to. She would only giggle from time to time when the dog sneezed from snowflakes that fell on its nose. Oh, that's cute though. I was the first to break the silence.
Так как тебя зовут?
So, what's your name?
А, ну конечно.
Here it comes.
Имена, имена, имена.
Names, names, names.
Людям непременно надо вешать ярлыки на все подряд.
You people need to put labels on everything.
Ну и как бы ты назвал такую лису, как я?
What name would you give to a fox like me?
Даже не знаю.
I don't know.
Но я читал про лису по имени Алиса.
But I've read about Alyssa the fox.
А что?
You know what?
Я не против.
I don't mind.
Пусть будет Алиса.
I'll be Alyssa. I couldn't understand if she was joking or not. Ah, Maple Paws! Thank you for the follow! I hope you enjoy your time in. I really appreciate it. I turned around as if looking for an answer from the dog, from the dark sky devoid of dawn. My silent questions were left unanswered. The school's outline was already in our sight. A giant brick box stuck in the endless night. Lights in its windows didn't bode well for me. The warden trees were guarding the schoolyard. Screams, childish laughter, and someone's whistling tore up the silence. I went here with my mom when we just moved, and the place looked cozy at the time. Empty corridors that smelled of polish, puffy snow outside. The second time, I came alone to get the books and just kept on imagining my peers rolling down railings, grade schoolers running to the library, and teachers marching down the corridor with the air of self-importance around them. High schoolers were smoking at the entrance, in track pants and wool caps perched on their foreheads. Their appearance destroyed the last hopes for a cozy school. Their stingy eyes and teeth yellow from nicotine, their smirks, all of it had the same gloomy effect as the cloudy winter morning. Absorbed by my thoughts, I completely forgot about my own companion.
После уроков жду тебя на заднем дворе.
Oh, she's gonna wait for us. I'll wait for you at the back. Okay.
Возле повешенного.
Near the hanged man. Oh,
Возле кого?
near what? She ignored my
Не
question.
опаздывай.
Don't be late. I hesitated. Oh no, blowing hot and cold again. My mom always said that when I would have trouble choosing between two options. Thinking about my mom helped me
Я
reply.
после школы сразу домой.
I'm going straight home after school.
Эх, Антоша, Антоша, это я тебя так просто отпустила.
Well, Antosha, I'm gonna let you off the hook.
Другие же незаметно подкрадутся со своими улыбочками и вцепятся. Клещами не оторвешь.
But the others will creep up to you with their smiles and sink their teeth into you. Won't be able to shake them off as easily.
Попомни мои слова.
Remember my words. Oh! The fox opened her mouth with a wide yawn. What kind of trick is this? Someone running in the distance called out my name. I instinctively turned around. A huge snowball whizzed past my shoulder and hit the... No! Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I'm gonna hydrate. One sec. Oh. Not the dog! It whimpered and ran towards the spring. The darkness devoured it. The fox girl was also nowhere to be seen. She dissolved into the frosty air. Or was she hiding in my shadow? I gulped and swallowed the gum. Whoops! Unlucky. After taking a deep breath, I walked towards the school, towards the cutlets and dough, towards the light raining down onto the snow. Well, let's look around. Whose nest is this, I wonder? A thieving magpie? Then it probably has all sorts of shiny things in it. Pieces of colorful glass, bottle caps, polished coins, or child braces. Car? Oh, there was a fresh-looking Volga parked nearby with one of its front wheels perched up on the icy curb. Black like soot. Like soot? As if it was straight out of a horror story my dad loved to tell me when we hid in the attic during a thunderstorm. I always remember seeing him wear a sad smile while mentioning the black car that snatched children. Oh. Okay. Oh, I skipped a little bit. Sorry. He would say, "It looks like a funeral car on the inside, white curtains and all. And it has DSC in its license plate. Do you know what that means? Death to Soviet children." Funny, I was born in USSR too. Hello, Raiders! Hi! Welcome in! Welcome! If you need to raid and run, please feel free. Don't, do whatever it is you have to do. Take care of yourself. If you feel like sticking around for a second, how are you? How was your stream? I hope it was good. I hope you had a good time. I hope you're taking care. I hope all is well. I hope all is good. If you don't know who I am Pico. I am a silly rabbit on the internet, and today we are playing a game called Tiny Bunny. We're probably going to be playing for about 10 more minutes. I should actually turn off raids if you would like to stick around for the last 10 minutes or so. If I'm not mistaken, this is what I was checking for earlier. a friend of mine is debuting a new model in 10 minutes, and I wanted to wait to end my stream so I could write into her. So if you'd like to stick around and listen to a little bit of the visual novel and catch my friend's new model, please feel free. But if not, please, you guys already know who I'm gonna raid. I was hoping I could be sneaky about it, but never mind. So she's having a debut. You don't know? Oh, then it's a surprise for you then. It's a surprise. But doing good. Just got done doing DS games. You'll hang out for a bit. Good. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you have a lovely time lurking and taking care, and I hope your DS games were fun. All right, let's keep reading. Let's keep reading for another 8-ish minutes or so. Probably a little bit longer because I want to make sure that she can get started. Funny, I was born into the USSR too. Oh, my stream's been going well. It's been going great. My throat's a little tired because of all the reading, but I've been really enjoying the visual novel. I've been really enjoying it. I'm probably going to finish it on stream. I'm on the 2nd chapter. It's really good. Oi. Cover your mouth. A tall man was standing near the gates, puffing out clouds of smoke into the wind. He didn't look like a teacher. Was he a PE guy, maybe? I carefully studied his face, that it looked like it was cut out from a piece of granite, and his hair lip that was holding down a cigarette. He was playing around with car keys and staring back at us. The light from the cigarette was reflected in his eyes that were sitting deep in his eye sockets. I froze in place. The hulking man lazily tore off his eyes from us and walked towards the road. Oh! Okay, well... A buzzing crowd of upperclassmen with their winter hats tipped to the side. I better not draw their attention. Okay, let's go in now. I could hear muffled voices behind the doors, saw blinking lamps. Darkness creeped along the windows, and it felt like the school was drifting into open space like a lonely, lost spaceship. After going up to the 2nd floor, I noticed a crowd around the notice board. Ah, there's Vova! Everyone was taking part in a lively discussion. I moved closer and took a look at something everyone was interested in through a wall of backpacks. There was a piece of paper with something printed on it, glued to the left of the notice board. Oh boy. 10 years old, grade 4. He left home January the 5th, around 1600, and never returned. Was last seen at the bridge over the... Child's missing! Vova. Oh, I'm gonna butcher the last name. Vova Matulyakin? That was his name. A 4th grader. On that grainy print, Vova looked dead, with a black mouth and dark, empty eye sockets. Could it be the darkness dwelling deep in the forest invaded his pores and mutilated his face? A plastic toy gun couldn't protect him from the whispering branches and the howling wind. Empty eyes of the lost boy pierced through my soul as if fleeting. Unable to meet his stare, I turned and I rushed towards the window, took a seat on the windowsills. The corridor was slowly filling up with children, in groups of few. Nobody paid me any mind. In the darkness of school toilets, child voices were hammering a nursery rhyme.
Для медведя, для лисы, зайчик кушать принеси.
I'm gonna eat the bunny. For the fox and the bear. Bunny, tasty meals, prepare. I turned my head towards them, trying to get a better look at their features, but my attention was stolen by a loud clicking sound. A female teacher marched down the corridor with her chin raised up high. Her heels were hitting the floor like miniature hooves. They're gonna eat the bunny! Accurate Russian rhyme. A girl was trailing her every step. Oh, she looks mean. She was also looking pompous, stomping along the way and whispering something secret into her friend's ear. She was probably a class rep since she was carrying an attendance register book.
Екатерина, возьми, пожалуйста.
Ekaterina, take this, please. The teacher opened the classroom door and the crowd of children swarmed in, screaming and pushing. Ooh, out of all of them, a tall, redheaded fat boy caught my attention. His face was full of blisters. He looked like the inside of a pomegranate. This game looks interesting. You'll have to go back in the VOD and watch from the start. Oh, I yap a lot. So if you don't mind skimming through that. Why does the girl look like Elsa? She does. Like in a bad, like mobile ad. Cunty Elsa. That makes it better? Oh, good. Okay. Well, as long as you don't mind. I've seen boys like him before. Unsettled eyes, cackling laughter. The girl, who was a smaller copy of the teacher, warned the boy with a wave of her hand and entered the room through a clearing in the crowd. Some other guy stood in the way of the crowd, and the redhead immediately shoved him. Uh-oh. Move your legs, moron. The boy flew head first, flailing his hands, trying to keep his balance. The fatso burst out laughing. The fatso burst out laughing, and a couple kids joined in his nasty cackling. Their laughter sounded like it was somebody snipping with huge garden scissors. The classroom sucked all of the kids in. The corridor stood empty. I wanted to grow roots and stay on the windowsill. Ah, what kind of tracks are those? Just a handful of lampposts were outside battling the darkness, writhing like fluorescent fish in a black ocean. My tongue is getting more and more tied the more we talk. Maybe I can still run away? Go outside. Dissolve in the dark. Those are rabbit tracks? Okay. Thank you. I imagined myself running through snow, how it squeaks under my boots and how I'm becoming lighter and lighter with every step. Oh, that was loud! The ringer's trill blew that illusion away. I tore myself from the window with great effort. Then took a couple of deep breaths, trying to at least calm down my mad pulse and enter the classroom. The prim teacher looked at me over the frame of her glasses, clearly annoyed.
Я новенький.
I'm the transfer student.
Мне вот сказали к вам подойти.
I was told to come here. The snowy forest trail was winding in front of my eyes. The pines rustled, but it didn't sound predatory anymore. She buried herself in the register and flicked through the pages.
А фамилия-то как?
Your last name?
Петров.
Petrov.
Громче говори.
Huh? What are you mumbling there?
Чего мямлишь?
Say it clearly.
Петров.
Petrov.
Нет такого.
You're not on the list. She measured me with one long and heavy stare, as if trying to see if I was lying. I wanted to sink through the floor. Hazy faces observed all of that from the left. The classroom breathed and snorted in unison, like a living organism, like a dangerous beast.
Ты не ошибся?
Are you sure?
Нет такого в списке.
I don't have you on my register. My knees chose the worst time to start shaking, and I felt dizzy. Oh, they're so mean! I clutched my fists so hard my knuckles became white.
Мне сказали, 204 кабинет, Лилия Павловна, 6 В.
They told me to come to classroom 204 to ask for Lilia Pavlovna, class 6C. Apparently, everyone in the classroom took my words as some type of joke because they were all laughing.
Что за бардак?
What's wrong with this school? The classroom fell silent. The kids hid their smirks for a better occasion.
Понаберут студентов.
Why do we hire so many
Только
interns?
знают, что губяки свои малевать. А я разгребай, значит.
They know how to put lipstick all over their bulging lips, but when it comes to real problems, I have to solve everything. Okay. Give me 1 second to see if my friend who is debuting is live. Grimsby, are you here? Can you tell me when Caro goes live? If you're not here, that's fine. Like I can look for myself, but I know that it is 4. Can you, if she's on now, is she? Okay, perfect. Is she like on like a just waiting screen, or, cause I want to raid her. I want everybody to see her new model. I'm very excited to see it. So actually, okay, let's go ahead and end here. Let's save.
А бумаги-то кто заполнять будет? Не первый раз ведь уже.
Long starting screen. Okay. So that gives me time to like wrap up for a couple minutes. It should only take a second. All right. Good vibes though. She went hard on it. Okay. All right. You know what? Let's raid early and you guys can be in anticipation with me. I'm so excited to see her new model. Let's go raid. Let me make sure I have her username right. If I'm not mistaken, here we go. All right. Perfect. Okay, we've raided Caro one time before. If you were here and you remember her, she is an adorable froggy girl and she is debuting a new model today. If you guys would be so kind to check it out with me, I am in anticipation. I'm very excited. I really, really want to see it. So everybody be good to Caro. And I will see you guys later. I will see you guys very soon. Everybody take care. Be good to Caro. And yeah, have a good Tuesday. Have an excellent Tuesday. And I'm gonna be on Tippa's stream, I think on Thursday. I'll make a ping about it. And I'll probably continue this game on Friday. Or maybe Thursday. I don't know. Maybe after Tippa's stream. All right, perfect timing because ads are about to start. Everybody be good, and I will see you very, very, very soon. Where's OBS? Here we go. All right. Ba 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 ba. See you guys. Wait, I almost forgot. Hold on. Let's raid message. Hold on. Wait. Let's do like this. Hold on. Hold on. Before. Okay. Wait.